Hello and welcome back to the third story mission for Age of Wonders. Today we're going to be starting up our new campaign, building a people to take on not the Shadrai, I guess, getting to take on the demon world that is the third map. And I think I have a pretty fun plan for what I want to build. I want to go with a cold geomancer build. Like rock and frozen stone is the idea. We're playing on the Crimson Caldera, the third story realm, as an agent of the Shadrai, so we're playing as the bad guys this time. Venture to a demonic realm of never-ending war to search for an ancient Archon artifact of power. Become the victor in an arena of mad violence and end the curse of Obadoth, this is like the demon world, which brought doom upon so many aspiring kings in Godir. This map is a caldera with lava at the center of the map and mountains towards the edges. Caldera, I think it's better pronounced. It's an eternal battleground, so basically you're at war with everybody all the time. And every battle has Domain of Mayhem, which is like a 30% chance of your characters being inflicted with Berserk. Every character being inflicted with Berserk. So I wanted to go with a really melee-focused build as much as possible here, because I think that having archers and having battle mages is a bad idea, but I think having like lots of support and frontline guys is a good idea. Strangely enough, our nature build would have worked really well here, the build that we just did. Which, am I seeing them down there? Gotta make sure that he's hanging out in front of the portal. So, Crimson Caldera, we're gonna play on the hardest difficulty that story mode allows.
Your journey starts here.
And we're gonna hit up a new faction. I want to play as dwarves because we're going rock and frozen stone. It just makes sense. I want to take tough because I think we're mostly gonna focus on, we're either gonna do frozen damage or physical damage. And if we're berserking, the likelihood of us hitting ourselves is pretty high. So I figured, like, you know, instead of doing a lot of damage, we want to kind of focus on like tanking our own hits. And I was going to go elusive originally here for 6 defensive resistance against retaliation attacks and opportunity attacks. The idea being, if one of our units berserks, it's probably going to run away from our front lines and attack somebody else. So it's going to take a lot of opportunity attacks. And I don't want it to die, like, soaking up retaliation attacks from our own units. But because I want to go cold, I'm going to take Arctic Adaptation. Because these aren't going to be underground dwarves. These are going to be, like, snowy mountain dwarves. I think of, like, the dwarves, you know, up in the frozen mountains, like, wrapped in big furs.
What is their origin?
It's culture? A vibe. Now, the choice here is, do I take Industrious or do I take Dark? Dark gives us tier 3 defenders. Sorry, Industrious gives us tier 3 defenders. Well, Dark gives us tier 3 Dark Cavalry, they're called. Dark Knights, they're called, sorry. But they're cavalry units. We end up with shock troops on tier 1 instead of shield troops. We end up with bows instead of crossbows. Spearmen are basically the same. And then we end up with a steel shaper instead of a frost evoker. And I think I'm going to go dark. I don't know, the Industrious is almost just like too obviously dwarven to me. The dark feels a little more on my vibe. We do get bolstering with these guys. We get the negative, the evil alignment, which I think we probably are going to play evil or neutral. I see dwarves as being a lawful evil race. Like, they follow a code of ethics, but ultimately, like, they do whatever gives them money most of the time. And in particular, because we're going to be going frost instead of undead. We're not going to be taking any of the undead stuff. We're going to be taking all the frost stuff. But this is going to give us the ability to do weakened quite a bit. And attacking with weakened gives us regeneration, which I think is also going to kind of lean towards this berserk idea. Barbarian doesn't feel very strong. Barbarian's got some nice stuff. I mean, the early hit with the Barbarian's all about, like, you got to get the first hits in, right? So they're all shock troops, and they're all about that +8 blight damage on their first attack a turn, first attack in the fight. So Barbarian's all about, like, you got to rush them fast, hit them hard, and wipe them out early. Haven't played Dark, but people brought it up that the lack of support makes it pretty tricky. So we will get, I think, a support through the rock book, if I'm remembering correctly.
What defines their society?
We're gonna take, I think, runesmiths. You know, that might actually be a terrible idea, because we don't really have shield units. We only have shock troops. We actually don't have shield troops at all. We do have pole arms. I always like the idea of this because it makes unit enchantments so cheap. And, like, I'm not going to be using undead units. And I didn't want to really use golems either. So all of our units are actually just going to be dwarves. Didn't think this game had a campaign. It does. It has like it's like five, I think it's 5 stories long. Plus the tutorial, which is like actually longer than some of the campaigns. I got to think about this now. Runesmith might actually not be the right choice for me. And I want to think, I think Shadow Walkers is what I was going to go here. I could go Powerful Evokers because we do get the tier 3 Dark Evoker. I wasn't really thinking of us as a caster heavy faction. Sorry, it's not a tier 3. It's a tier 2. What I was thinking of is like having scouts that go around, keep an eye on everything, and nuke provinces with cold magic. So I do think I want to keep Shadow Walkers. Quarries yield 2 gold. Special province improvements cost 50% production. Capital city starts with workshop and stone walls. 1 nearby ancient wonder cleared. We just did a perfect artisan's run. When we played as Jeff Bezos, we did runesmiths and wonder architects. So I tell you what, let's go great builders. I think let's go great builders. It's an option. It's maybe a little bit weird, but it's just kind of like a decent, right? You know, we just end up with extra gold. We can focus on quarries instead of mines, so we end up on getting a lot of production. Actually, no, sorry. We went great builders and wonder architects in that. Maybe I do take runesmiths. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm gonna stick. This was my original idea: runesmiths and shadow walkers, and I think I'm gonna keep it. It does boost our pole arms. Maybe we can get shield units through something else. Pole arms, technically, we do have golems if we want them, so. I like the espionage theme of Shadow Walkers with the dark, especially with the idea it could be hard to mobilize large forces out of a frozen mountain climate. Yeah, so I really want to freeze the world, especially because we're in like a lava caldera. The idea of freezing that is like really appealing to me.
Choose your first tome of magic.
Now, originally I was going to go with the Tome of Cryomancy, but I don't think that's the right choice because I need to even out. So we're going to go Tome of Rock to open up. This allows us to get lesser stone spirits early on, which will give us some extra fighter units. Earthkin is going to be the obvious thing. Earthkin and Frostkin are the two transformations we're going to take. I don't think I'm going to take Steel or Gilded Skin, and I don't intend on taking Whiteborn. Extra production for adjacent quarries. And a chance of inflicting bleeding. Yeah. So we're going to end up doing more damage based on how many effects we have on people. So if we have like weakened, bleeding, frozen, sundered defense, we're going to end up doing more and more damage because of that.
Ruler's origin?
And I think probably Wizard King. $10 gold, 20 stability. We're playing dark, so city stability actually doesn't matter to us.
Reveal yourself.
All right. I want to be chonky. I want to be kind of weird shaped. I think kind of chonky. I think maybe that's just the right idea. I want gray skin, which is that. Skin decoration, I'm not sure. Pose, I'm not sure. Whoa. Interesting. When I rolled this as a test last night, I had a completely different looking sword and shield. Completely different looking sword and shield. I'm thinking about taking the Tyrant's sword and shield because it comes with the intimidation aura. And it feels like, oh no, right. We were going to take the Earthshaker hammer. What am I saying? Great hammer with Quake. Yeah, we're absolutely doing that. That's right. I did a little test build with this last night just to get an idea of the vibe I wanted. But of course, I didn't have those extra Pantheon parts unlocked. Let's go with these creepy blue eyes because we're cold dwarves. Did I roll it as a god king? It is a wizard king, which I guess are basically gods in this world, so. I feel like as much hair as possible is the way to go. If you're gonna be a dwarf, you know? If you're gonna be a dwarf. I could do this like blue here. Kind of like steel. Maybe the other way around. Ooh, I kind of like that. It's a little bit funny. Oh, I see. This is basically saying his hair is gray and his beard is this color. Oh no. Okay, if you do it that way, it kind of actually folds out. Maybe. Maybe. We have unlocked... This is the Geomancer crown. And the Geomancer cape is... What does that one look like? That? Must be. I do like that pauldron. That kind of looks nice. I don't know about the crown. It's a little off for what I'm going for here. We have a handful of outfits. I like that one of them is just like as naked as possible. Nice dresses. Wizard King's got all the fanciest dresses, I guess. That one maybe looks the best. I guess maybe let's like try some different poses. Help me actually see what we're wearing as an outfit here. That one looks, yeah, I think that one's probably the one I'm going to go with. This one's not terrible. It's really like gladiator. I mean, he looks really like almost Roman, but with the single pauldron sort of gladiator style. Something about that vibe's okay. I mean, I get that he's a wizard. I just want to give everybody this armor. It looks like the craziest, the most badass. But I think let's go with this one. It's a bit more of a toned down version. Beardless dwarf. Wow, that was cursed. Yeah, I felt the same way. His armor color. First, we got to change this. This steel blue here is the color I really want. Maybe with a gray. I mean, maybe I could go with this helmet, but not that cape. What other vibes do we have? The hood is actually nice. The female dwarf gets better hoods. Is one thing I've noticed. Whoa. That one looks so funny when they're this stout. I mean, that's definitely a look. I just don't know I can take this that seriously. That's my problem. All right, if I went with you, just out of curiosity, because I know there's a cool... You know what? I must have built as a champion last night is what happened when I was testing this out. Because the outfits I'm looking for aren't here. Yeah, I totally did.
What is your ruler's origin?
This could be important, you know? At least it's kind enough to keep most of the things intact here. Yeah, so this is kind of like a 100% too, because you can see the sword and shield are changed here as well. So they actually get different looking equipment based on what they wear. And then we have this fancy cape with the runes on top of it. Was one of the things I was thinking about going. This fancy helmet cape. You know, the darkness of the cold sort of thing is the vibe I'm getting. Sword and shield on the champion is based on culture. The tyrant sword and shield for the champion is always a feudal shield. Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, I just want Quake. So he always, my understanding is if you take Earthshaker Hammer, you always keep Quake. Because normally you like, if you just take like a sword and shield or an axe or whatever, like you'll get like a vigor as your starting stat. But I think that this is like a permanent ability, which does damage all around him. Is this enough? This little earth cape, if we go this way?
What is your ruler's origin?
Relations with free cities is garbage. City stability is garbage. Yeah, I gotta go Wizard King, even though. So we'll swap it up. We'll swap it up. We'll swap it up. This is the last we'll go back and forth. Now we're in this dress. Let's go with that third outfit. This one here. If I went with this crown, can we make a better cape than this one? I don't love this cape. It's only one arm, so it's not that fancy looking. Obviously, we do have like the Warlord's pauldrons, which are pretty evil. And the Necromancer's pauldrons. But I don't know if that's the vibe we're going for. I guess unlocking like the Cryomancer's cape might have been a good idea. All right, I'm gonna stick with this one. Because again, it's meant to be like ice and lava. I love the way that this throws a shadow on his eyes. Because it looks like his eyes are just like pits of darkness with these like beaming, piercing blue eyes that come out from them. And we can definitely pose him in a way that makes it so that's like always the case. Like especially if I take something like this where his kind of head is tilted down. The cape really covers up too much of his face. Oh, that's neat. This gives him a purple eye. I think let's go with this. You know, they're like white crystals to symbolize winter, but they're also kind of rocks to symbolize rocks. And then we could just have him give a glare. I like the way he looks. We need a symbol here that speaks of like true evil. Frozen, rocky, like glacial evil. A crab? Maybe? Not that we're necessarily going that evil. We're going to be a little bit more neutral, but we're going to be evil. We're going to be a little evil. The most evil creature we know of in this game. We opened a portal to hell and penguins came out of it once before. It could be that. It could be the penguins. They are a glacial evil. A hellish creature that only comes from the frozen north. I mean, we might have to do that. We could think this like hammer with the stars above it, but that's a bit too on point. I don't know what that's trying to say. You know what? I think I'm gonna take the penguins. We can make them any number of different colors. I think probably just gray is the way to do it though. Because it doesn't really change anything other than what that looks like. You dudes are going to be stonk. You're going to be like that, I think is what we built our guy as. Army's skin color is going to be that awful gray again. Oh, did I pick the wrong color? I think I did. Oh, no, I got the right one. That's the right one. Yeah. Really like Duragar. Army armor color. Army here color. I can't get the same look on these guys. I don't mind giving them gray here, seeing as they're not like a magical like the king. Can we get a not obnoxious version of this? Excuse me. Army armor color. It just feels a little too blue. I think I'm just gonna have to go like steel gray here. I don't love that. I could go white here on them. Actually, that kind of looks nice. With the light blue from the armor. Let's see. I think I'm gonna put them on full-grown horses as well. Just because there's thematically riding around the snow. It's the right look. Petition to procure a penguin mascot. Here I allowed myself for a moment to believe you were going to do a serious faction run. We're a serious faction. Look at us. We're evil. We all know that every time I do a serious faction, I lose. Did you see dead animation of penguins in Shadow Magic? Demon was scraping his body? I have not seen that, no. Sounds horrifying. This looks like a pretty cool faction, in my opinion. Visually, it's a good look.
Your journey begins.
Earthshaper, Emperor, Shadow Lord, Earth Mother, Empress, Shadow Lady. I want to go with like a Glacier Guardian. The Glacial Harbinger. I like. Oh, there we go. That's something I like. Harbinging. He's going to bring like the ice age upon the world. Dwarven Darklings, Stout Darklings, Dwarfkin Rockbreaker, Dwarven Shadow Dwellers, Dark Dwarfkin, Stocky Shadow Dwellers. It's classic. These are some classic dwarf names in here. Rinse the Cold. No, we had Turg the Cold. Shadow Hex. If your last name is Hex, you are too edgy for me. Grim Dwarfkin. I like Grim. What about just Glacierborn? Or like Iceberg Born. Iceborg. Iceborgson. I mean, that could be his last name. Could be Iceborgson. Son of the Iceborg. Frost Shadow seems pretty obvious. Well, we're going. It's more about frost and rock, because we're really leaning on geomancy. So we're 3 and 3 between cold and rock. Draxkill. Well, that's an edgy first name. King Gleok. Use the dwarf generator name. Nox, Datch, Arctis. No, that's pretty on point. Oh, you're saying the Ice Bjorn for the race name? Good job, random name generator. I know, I really nailed that one, hey? Arctic Frigidson? Arctis Frigidson? He's cold. He's frigid. He's frozen. Let's re-roll the last name a few times, see if it gets us any snow deep. That's not a bad name for like a city. Core Taker, the Ruined. Well, he is a glacial harbinger. For his last name to be Frost Herald? I think that's it. Hail, glacial harbinger, Arctis Frost Herald, wizard king from the beyond. His arcane powers will shape the future of the Icebjorn. Stout, hardy, and stubborn beings who are used to living in the most rugged regions of the world. They are tough and used to taking a few hits in battle. The harsh cold no longer bothers them. They pursue power and often turn to dark and forbidden magic, caring little about the well-being of their people. They're talented spies, sneaking past enemy lines to gain precious information. They are legendary smiths capable of crafting the finest armor and weapons. So, the plan of this campaign is Ice Age. That's it. I want to kill every faction on the map and just completely freeze everything in this volcanic caldera. Dread penguins are going to be taller than them?
Ago,
yeah, absolutely.
When the
They're
astral
evil.
sea was still young, the Archons created a magical artifact. Forged in the fires of an elder dragon, the Gilder Coil served as an arcane compass, guiding the Archons through the currents between realms. According to legend, it still contains the echoes of their arcane journeys, and can lead those who hold it to forgotten places of sealed knowledge and magic. With its mysterious promise of power, the Gilder Coil fanned the greed of many rulers, until a daring Gaudier betrayed the Archons and stole the Gilder Coil from their celestial reliquary. Ever since then, all traces of the compass have been lost, as have those of the cunning thief who disappeared into the mists of time. Or so it seemed for many a lifetime. Lithil Nightweaver was the first of the Shadrai to find clues of the Gilder Coil's whereabouts. Myths leading to runic omens, leading to riddles. The Shadrai were persistent in their search, for too well did the Archon artifact fit into their unfolding plans. And they were rewarded. In the infernal world of Obidoth, there exists a realm known as the Crimson Caldera, where war is eternal. Here the Gilder Coil lay hidden, yet the Shadrai sought no open conflict with Obidoth's demonic princes. As they weighed their options, an ambitious Gaudier from their ranks volunteered to venture there alone, well aware of the prestige and power that could be gained within their order.
I just had a realization. If we do cold magic and we're fighting demons the entire time? Arctic Frost Herald. A new ruler emerges. Explore your surroundings and expand your domain. Prepare to face your rivals and become the master of this realm. Your choice will shape the new Age of Wonders 4. We're tough. We can build farms. We can walk in the shadows. So our scout units have universal camouflage. That's really fun. Cannot be seen on the world map. I think it's unless something is standing directly next to it. Outposts start with watchtowers, which is also pretty handy. Wayfinder. So our scouts are super fast right off the top. And we start with an extra scout as well. That's really handy. I'm so excited for these dwarves. I got a good feeling about them. I feel like they're a unique take. There was a really good, I don't know if you guys know The Chapel. It's like a webcomic that is always about, it's a guy who only does like webcomics about Paradox games. Or at least primarily, almost 90% about Paradox games. And he did a great one about Age of Wonders where he's like, wow, look at all these options. There's so many things. There's so many different types of stuff I can build. Yada, yada, yada. I'm going to, and then what he ends up just building is like the most generic fantasy races. Because everyone is so like, oh yeah, no, I can't think outside the box. I'm going to build like, just all the people from Lodor. I saw a comment that was like, yes, now I can be the orcs from Lodor and the orcs from Warhammer and the orcs from Warcraft and the orcs from, you know, this series and the orcs from that series. I could just build 20 different types of orcs. I like the vibe of these guys. They feel different to me. Starting magic. Ice Shackle. I love this spell. Rock Blast. Wow, we're starting with 2 damage spells. Single target and double target. That's really fun. Especially because we went Wizard King. And then Wayfinder Enchantment is already up, giving our scouts very fast movement. Emissary of the Shadrai. From the shrouded mist of your mind emerges a woman all clad in ethereal silk. Ooh, I can see through your dress. I see you have arrived in the Crimson Caldera, Arctic's frost herald, she says, as you recognize her as Lithal Nightweaver. So she was in the last quest, but she was like hiding in the shadows. All Shadrai have put much faith in your talents. Remain alert. Mistakes are deadly in the demonic realm, in which everyone is a prisoner of war. Betrayal looms over each moment to come, be it through the enemy, the land viciously changing shape, or even your own soldiers. I will talk you through visions like these. Follow my advice and you will claim victory. The Gilder Coil is not simply something secreted in the Crimson Caldera. It's safeguarded closely by its current owner. The challenge is to find out by whom. All the present Godir are inherently suspect and therefore must be sought out. Just remember, they are all insane and will only tell the truth when forced to. Once you've found the first of them, we shall talk again. She makes an elaborate gesture, after which the map showing the major strongholds appear. This is where you must seek out all suspect Godir. Yes, give me more rhymes by accident. Take the map to begin your hunt. Ooh, cool. Spend 50 mana and reveal a bunch of the map around our starting area. Or get a bunch of troops very early on. We start with an extra scout. I might actually take the draft here. Here's the thing, because I start with double scouts, I don't really need to explore around me that fast. I don't need to know where the other players are, because I'm just going to kill every single person that I come across. It doesn't matter where they are, it just matters how many troops we have. Can we steamroll them? Burn the map. Your people can smell battle from afar. Our starting research. A debuff spell. I'm gonna take Earthkin. We start with a bonus scout. Could have already mismoved it because this is in the way. Bit of extra mana. A chest containing a demoralizing mask. Hell yeah. Friggin' camp. All right, let's look at it all the way here. Okay, so we're in the top left corner of the map, so obviously everyone's going to be down this way. I'm going to do a little... It's a caldera, so this is all mountains. This is a wonder. I don't know what this is, but it's got me interested. I think literally let's scout out in every direction. Duskwatch will fight for our freedom and stand against anyone who threatens the free city. Four units. This guy is Icebjorn, and he's got a Crusader's Claymore. He will die. He will be the first to die. Okay, so we start with one Dark Warrior, one Night Guard. We're a melee troop. We have a Warlock and a Pursuer. Let's get another one of those. And let's get two Pursuers. And then I'm going to take this entire army and we're going to come down here right away. We're going to conquer these guys immediately. That's not how maps work. It is how they work here. That's how they work now. We got no Imperium, so I can't even attract population yet. And these guys can just stay on the road. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think this is what I'm doing. This is all of his troops. So we can start a siege immediately. He has palisades, but that's it. 2 turns. Do I want to harass the defenders? We got 5 turns on the storehouse. You know what? We might as well. Make it a little bit easier for us. Oracle Woods. Astral Keepers. Yeah, maybe. I do want to know what's up here. I'm too curious not to look. Wow, I can't believe we're just like right off the top. I've never had to go so aggressive before. It's fun. Gives us a nice second city to deal with. This guy can move. It looks like the other guys can't. The free city of Silverdam. Black-furred forgelings. Demon King kitty cats. Shadow walkers and signs of evil. Okay, so I guess you're my next target then. Clearly this campaign is just going to be about having an army. This is the campaign that teaches you how to war. We can annex our first province. Firm. Gold vein. You give me iron. So I'm going to go here. Over channel, and we have harassed defenders. They have domain of mayhem. Giddy up. Oh, I love it. They're just rushing out the gates. That's me. That's not your computer. Yeah. I always feel inclined to just note that whenever that happens. Nothing more confusing. You can take some shots. We have a warlock, we have a pursuer. We have 2 pursuers over here. You can't get past them, so I can go to here, and I can take double shots at that caster. Here, I guess, gonna take shots at him. This dude's got the Sundering Curse. Target enemy unit sustains centered, and weak. Let's do that, because he's obviously going to be the best person in their entire party. So we might as well open up on them. And I could do a demolish here, but I think the charge is way more damage, and it cancels his retaliation and defensive mode. So you can attack for free now. Also pick up regeneration. We get mass sundered. Ice spiked, weakened. Sundered some more. Ow, ow, ow. Oof. Alright, I'm gonna ice shackle the 2 of them. And I'd like to do that. Can you cast that, or does it have to be on you? It has to be on you, but I'm also seeing... Nope. He is in range of that. Okay. I misjudged that. Misjudged that one big time. Charge the caster. Woof. You get double 70s on him. When I want the double shots as much as I possibly can here. So let's go 70-70. 70-70. You can get stabbed. We get his sword and his armor now. Particularly his armor is going to be really nice. You guys have such a bad shot is my biggest issue here. If I hit you with this, you grazed, so probably not. I was hoping I could stand here and shoot that warlock and kill it. What sides are you defending? Like, if I stand here, can I shoot him? It looks kind of like he's facing these. You can't kill him anyway here now. Not at that. So we'll go with the 90 and just kill this guy then. Go with the morale boost. These are both threatened, so there's the berserk. He gets critical hit trying to flee. You berserk. Slam him. Slam him. Slam him. Dork warriors. I love these like jagged two-handed greatswords they have. It feels like they could, you know, be used for cutting through a glacier. That was actually pretty good. If our hero took most of the beating, he's probably the better one to do it. We killed a level 3 hero with a level 1 hero as well. And I suppose we vassalize, absorb. I can't absorb it for many turns. I guess if we vassalize it, we can always absorb it at a later date. It's gonna have to be the way to go. This guy's remains are here. He's in the void. We're gonna sell his stuff. Give it to me. Give me your swag. Particularly that chest plate. This Crusader's Claymore is technically better in every way than what we have. And we still get to keep Quake. So we're going to use this for right now. Because why not? Dark Ice Mirror match. I mean, these are our own people, which is kind of nice. And then I'm going to get ready to kill these couple of support dudes down here. This is free. Map. A slag smelter forge with a fire giant. Ooh, yes, please. I like that. I like that very much. Thank you. Conjure animals. Let's wait one turn. I'm gonna give one turn of healing to them. That's a hero. We might be able to recruit her. Obviously some sort of monster den down here, but we'll get to explore that in hot sec. I do want to clear up here as well. We're gonna need to clear that brigand camp. I think my goal is really vassalize these guys super early and then be able to figure it out after that. Wow, they've recruited this incredible Staff of Decay character. This cape doesn't make any sense on you. Clear out these schlubs. Mana pylons? Yeah. They summoned birds and pigs. Okay. I want to be a little bit careful with these spears. But everyone else is fine to move. Yeah, I guess just like that. Gross. Probably it'd be better if I sat back a little bit. These two are berserk. They're going to attack each other. I keep forgetting about berserk. Oh, thank God my archers actually attacked the enemy. How does that work? Will always attack the closest enemy target. If no enemy is in range, it will attack its allies. Okay. I gotta be honest, I thought it just randomly attacked a nearby target. And I kind of misjudged that a little bit. You can slice those crow boys in half. Then you can finish off that dweeb. You can't really do much of much. But you can move forward, magically charge, and hit him. And you can move forward, magically charge, and hit him. And I want to say that's it. I actually have a lot of mana, so let's ice shackle again. Yeah, the one guy I didn't want to get hit. I managed to get him hit. Let's shoot you. Yeah. Let's shoot you. And I can have both of you charge here. Boom. Okay. This makes Berserk a lot less scary. 73 mana. We've unlocked Earthkin, which we're going to cast. This gives Call of the Week to non-dark units. I'm going to actually take Enchanted Crow Companion, seeing as our scouts are already buffed. We've gotten Silver Tongue Fruit. Whispering Stones grant extra allegiance, useless. Our ruler has leveled up. Great question. I want you just to be a melee Chad Lord. So I'm going to start you with Call of the Week. This guy's a liability. Absolutely misjudge it too. It'd almost be better flexible wise if it was just the closest unit. I mean, that's basically why I'm trying to go with such a melee focused build, is because I thought it would be safer that way. There's the den. Okay. Ooh. Magma spirits. I think there's an outpost right here. Watchtower, I mean. I'm literally thinking about... Oh yeah, there's a mana node here as well. I'm going to build an outpost in this province. Is what I'm going to do. Just go hyper aggressive. And that way I can take the Slag Smelter Forge and get Fire Giants as well. You're going to have to keep exploring, because I want to know what's in all of these corners, because I'm a curious kitten. Outposts cost less gold and start with Palisades. Let's take that. Evil presence, evil presence. You guys are recruiting. I guess having these as vassals also means that they'll spend their own gold building their own structures, so I don't need to worry about, like, kind of wasting money on that. There's an outpost there as well. You could just peek your nose up here. Okay. You know what? Baron Alwyn Shadowbiter, the Free City of Dominance. Okay. So I just want to hit this, and then this guy can go over here and get this one. Hilarious. I actually can't sit in that one province that I want to be in. But that's okay. We can also clear out these guys on the mana node, so we even get that 10 right away. You've got a storehouse. Draft and production. Yeah, actually, that sounds pretty good for us right now. I'll build that. We get a pop bonus next turn. This is not bad. This is like 3 turns worth of knowledge for killing even like the most basic place. Let's hold on to it for the moment, even though I'd like to loop back and grab these ASAP. You're gonna pop in that tower. The madness of Sinrin Toliath. Ooh, look at this guy. He looks great. This is a great little outfit. Red skin with like the gold all over him, inked in. A new pawn has entered the playground of lust. Does it know passion? Is it the seducer or the seduced? Soft whispers announce you to the coming of Sinrin Toliath. The sublime seducer of the ash-born hedonists looks at you with glaring lechery. Or feigned lechery, for he surely trained this act to perfection. Sinrin Toliath makes a lascivious gesture. Embrace your carnal desires, Arctus Frost Herald. Pleasure is a feast without satiation, and I invite you to take a bite. Let me conquer your heart, Arctus, just as I will conquer your cities. Please resist. It will be all the more alluring. Bear the unsettling speech in silence. You will respond on the battlefield. Listen, unmoved. A focused mind won't be bothered by this charade. I'm actually going to take the knowledge here. Well, your timing is perfect. You're level 14? You have the Executioner, which is a great axe. You have a Murder Ring, Vicious Killer, and Inspiring Killer. Oh, every time you kill something, it does double morale to you and double morale to them. Belt of the Berserker as well. This would be pretty good. Wow, look at him. He's just about naked. What a babe. Summon Elemental. Mana Unchained. Weaver. Yeah, he is a super caster. He's not much of an army, but he's still better than what we got. And he is at war with us. He's got a Scald as well. Jesus. He could be tough if we're not careful. We're going to annex another province here. This gold vein is unlocked, so I'm going to just grab that for right now. You know, I do want to go down this way, but, you know, all this has got monsters still on top of it. And this might be a good point to double our pop. I'm going to do that. In fact, I might do that twice. Province improvements gain stability. Free cities with a Whispering Stone give vision range, so that's useless. If I kill him in combat, I will gain 700 knowledge. I will gain 10 turns worth of knowledge. I'm going to take this just in case he fights me. I don't know that I can kill him, but I feel like I probably could if I focused him down. Like, he doesn't have that much more hit points than anybody else, so 4 defense, 5 resistance. Yeah, he's actually like not that good of a tank either. Focus 3 archers and a battle mage on him. Cast the rock spell that does 30 physical. That's doable. Our workshop is built here. Yeah, for right now, I'm going to go with the stone mason. It'll help me build everything else faster as well. Damn, I really just wish I could heal, though. Yeah. They can't get that close, so let's see what they do. You're going to go that way. You're going to go that way. Temple of the Goat Ear. Blessed Souls. So he must have a city just past this. Which means it's actually kind of okay if my scouts go this way. I can split them up a little bit. Juicy sweet. He's got another 5 units here. Okay, well now suddenly it's not so good. You have found your first suspect, Arctis Frost Herald. She shows a cold smile. It's time to teach you about the Mind Thread spell. I've never heard of this. As our Shadrai ally Arcana would say, a spider does not openly attack its prey. It finds a way to trap its victims in its web. The Mind Thread spell works in similar ways. It allows you to invade the mind of a Godir, to learn of their nightmares and trap them within their inmost fears or ambitions. Again, there's like a rhyme scheme in this. It's very interesting. This is very well written. Cast the Mind Thread spell on a Godir and you'll find ways to force out what they know of the Gilder Coil. I can accept it, or I can accept it and get a little aroused. Once Lithal has ended the vision, you reflect on the situation at hand. 5 Godir dwell in the Crimson Caldera. One of them owns the Gilder Coil, but to find out who, you must have each of them at your mercy. She taught you the Mind Thread spell, but brute force seems just as good an option in this realm of perpetual war. I am a force nigh unstoppable. Earthkin, ready to launch. Apply to me. Transform. Now we got big rocks coming out of us. New Empire development skills, both of which are mostly useless. Outpost is formed. I guess this will also actually become a proper city, now that I think about it. Did she not? Did she teach us this spell? 2 turns to cast it. Invade the minds of the Godir and the Crimson Caldera. Learn their inmost fears and ambitions. Oh yeah, I have to cast this 5 times. It's one of my quests. But I'd also like to cast Enchanted Crow Companion, so I'm going to do that first. Let's see. I'm going to build stone walls here, because normally you can't build those until you're a little bit further along. It does look like he's run back, so let's fight these stone boys. Temperatures in the immediate area rise and fall intermittently as a group of elementals begins to panic at your army's approach. A wind rager, the leader of the group, wavers unsteadily before you. It seems aware that engaging you would result in almost certain death, but it's unwilling to abandon its group. 125 mana? Or we get to kill it and become evil. I mean, becoming evil seems reasonable, but also 125 mana is very helpful for us right now. I'm actually going to take the mana, believe it or not. A, I still need to heal. B, that's going to let me cast that other spell really fast. Ba-ba. Excuse me. Sneezers. Discovered another ruler while concealed. Let's remain concealed. She's probably going to find me next round anyway, but you never know. And I guess we can start going this way. He shouldn't be able to see me, because I have universal camouflage. You're gonna go that way. I don't have enough money to recruit anybody. We broke. He built an outpost right there. Well, that's just rude. A flickering flame taunts your eyes as Carissa the Red ascends from a pool of scarlet ichor. Man, everybody is just nudie as can be here. Some say the blood of men would be an aphrodisiac, she says with a malicious smile. I say it's a source of power. I'll drink while my enthralled orcs consume flesh and bones. It's a fair share, don't you think? The bloodshed of the battlefield is only the appetizer. Once the vanquished enters the slaughterhouse, the true fun begins. I don't really see any reason to go all the way dark. You know, you get negative penalties from being too evil. Baneful Curse, Brand of Wrath, Stone Skin. Good question. Good question. Yeah, let's take Stone Skin. So you're building an outpost there. What's really funny is it doesn't look like he has defended this. He's built it and then immediately left. So I'm actually thinking I can attack this outpost right away. I do need to heal more. God damn it. I tell you what, I'm going to sit here. Let them be there. And then I can move them into range and have the archers attack next turn. Let's give that a shot. Our first underground passage is full of magma. What a surprise. Howl's Howling Castle. And then this is her city of Pyre. Little extra vision with our crows, which are a very wintry thing as well. And then I guess it's time to start mind threading. She has an outpost here next to dominance as well. It was grown quite a bit. Research posts and residence fields. I need to rush these guys before they get too big. But I guess just like knocking this guy out early is not a terrible idea. You got no money, honey. Scouts always die, and I'm okay with that. Okay. So much for universal camouflage. Lame. Super lame. 500, 500, 600. Silverdam is sending a war party. There's not a lot for me to explore here, but I guess. Have some mana. I'm gonna go here. It's pretty likely she catches this scout as well. I wish we had the shadow ability to like stay hidden in our terrain. I mean, I'm gonna have to start falling back ASAP because there's no way I can fight this apparently. The stonemason is done in one turn. It is more important that I keep building than anything else, so I need to make sure that that is queued up. I can't queue up anybody else. What do we have next? Magic origin reduced by 20%. Cities assure boulders. So I'm not going to get any of those, which means I can actually afford to just do this right now. And let this grow out a little bit. Probably build a farm here. Add another pop. This can only be a farm, so let's farm that. And add another pop, actually. Opportunity to get a mana node there, but I'm also starting to think about quarries. Because quarries will also boost things. You're boosted with a forester. You're boosted with 2 foresters. You're boosted with 2 quarries. You're boosted with a quarry. You're boosted with 3 farms, but you require a mine. I mean, these can be foresters. Let's be real. It's farms. I know how the game plays. It's farms all the way down. All right, we're gonna have to spend a turn of not building something there, I guess. You dudes are gonna chill while we figure out what the hell is going on here. They can't quite attack me this turn anyway. Found the army. A war on two fronts seems rough. I mean, it's a war on every front all the time by the look of this. It's crazy that my scouts have universal camouflage and they're spotted every single time by their single scout units, their single shock troops. Can I kite him? I mean, I have spells. That means he can move there. So I'm just out of range. Song of the Reckless gives him Berserk, Primal Strike, and Triple Strengthened. Yeah, I don't love that. He'll one-shot me if he hits me. I can cast this 3 times. Aha! You can also light me on fire. I see how this is going. I see the game you want to play here. I think I'm going to win it, though. Ow. Super dumb. That's so dumb. How did it do that much damage on that second shot? Yeah. 680 versus 17. And he's a level 14 hero. Performing the ritual taught to you by Little Nightweaver, you recite the incantations of the Mind Thread spell. When darkness falls and shadows creep, a weaver comes to those who sleep. Spin me a thread of dreams and fear, a net that takes me to their tears. One whose heart is cold will be defenseless when it's suddenly ignited. Little Nightweaver shows an empty flask. The weakness of Sinrin Toliath is his own perfidious game in which he feeds on the love of his victims for personal pleasures. Turn the tables and he will be yours. Brew a love potion strong enough to enchant him. You must obtain Silver Tongue and Astral Dew. Well, we have one of those. Silver Tongue. Rainbow Clover. Focus Crystals. More Silver Tongue. More Silver Tongue. There's some Astral Dew down here. And here's a Tranquility Pool. Brutal is brutal. This is actually hard. There's not even brutal in the campaign mode. I need to fall back. This outpost is lost. Woof. I guess let's summon one of those. How did he do 20 damage on the turn that he breached it? On the turn that he attacked? That's a glitch there, I think. He attacked me on the same turn that stone walls got built, and the stone walls didn't actually add. Ah, there's a lot of money in that outpost now. I'm lost. Fireforged stone. I don't know where we just got that from. Oh, and this guy is also attacking me. His army has 1,000 points more than me. There's no shot. Yeah. Let's go. We're fleeing. I mean, there's literally nothing I can do there. He's gonna go straight for Duskwatch, but at least Duskwatch has an army. This guy's gonna try to burn down all my firms. Man, he's got like all these really high level troops. Stone Skin. We get to unlock the second tome, which is the Tome of Cryomancy.
When all
Now I
the
feel a little
world
more
is
complete.
Turned to ice, I see a pure frostling paradise. Frost their limbs and make their bones brittle, entombed in icy blood. Summon the blizzard to freeze flesh and inspire fear that harkens back to a time when mortals huddled in caves, fearing the cold would claim them.
I feel like Frostblades is a good choice right off the hop over White Witch. Outpost captured. Process will complete in 2 turns. Ooh, a rally has started. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, I can't afford that at all. Dominance is sending a war party. Wow. Okay. He's clearly moving up to attack Dustwatch. I gotta kill these guys off first. All right. Well, I'll take that fight. One of the siege projects is do damage to fortifications immediately. Oh. It didn't show him as actually casting any siege projects, though. I think it literally just didn't count it. Like, because it built, I guess, the same turn that he attacked. Scanix, hello. How you doing? All right, let's get at least a couple of goons up here. Yeah, we have our warlock still. This guy is wielding a sword. Lightning sword and a barbed shield. All right, he looks pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. He's Demonkin, so he's also weak to frost? Doesn't look like it. Huh. I could have sworn Demon King gave weak to frost and weak to spirit. But I'm clearly incorrect on that. So we're gonna go here, 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 here. Here. Ah, just out of range. There. There. And there. Swing and a miss. Definitely he is priority target here, so let's just focus on him. That's a slowed. That just does 30. flank. Cancels his retaliation. We do get barb shielded, but not much we can do. This is a huge flank. Okay, that's with the spirit sword as well. Can I rock him to death? No. So let's just give him the freeze. Also, it's that scout in the back, which is nice. You get hit, you get hit. I was a little worried that they were going to go for my shock troop, but he's still alive for now. Who's berserked? My archers. Who kill him. My spearmen. Who stab. You're going to go there. You're going to go there. You're going to go here. You can't quite make it in. You can go here and take 2 90s. 2 70s. Ow. Generally, I'm going to take 3 70s over 2 90s if I can. I am a little bit worried about these guys. I don't know how to get them out of here alive. Maybe I do. You can only hit them, and you can only hit them. You can charge them for a bit. You do 47 on a flank, maybe more if you crit. You crit. Yo, this like holy greatsword is coming in handy. 150 knowledge as well for killing him. Ruins of Karak Rune Spear. So that's a sword and shield we could take. And a nightmare. I mean, definitely sell the remains. There's no question about that. This is like 25 damage. It's just a lot of damage, right? The flip being is that he'd get to wield this, which does look okay. But you're doing like 7 and 7, so 14? 42 damage versus 25? Okay, you know what? I'll allow it. You also tend to be the one who's targeted every fight, so... so these dweebs are setting up this as a raiding party as well. Battle axe with a barb shield and a leather armor. You got 433. I think I have to stay put here and wait for him to attack and then hope for the best. I'm going to be completely honest. Enemy army spell suffers 20 frost damage and suffers -2 status resistance for a couple of turns. I think frost arrows is the way to go there. You get Imperium upkeep, magic upkeep, which I don't really need. You get frost blades, which I do very much need. Let's see what happens here. Oh, excellent. He's going to split his forces. So I can kill them and then move down, and suddenly I'm in a much better position. Oh, I love when the computer does that. Huge. I love when the AI is dumb. That makes my job so much easier. I guess let's put you here, here, and here. We'll go like this, this, and that. He's gonna heal my troops. That's pretty cool. Should I perhaps wait for his dudes to come up here? I get pretty heavy in range of him right now. Like, you could go here. Flank that guy. You can go there. You're going to get really poisoned. You can go there. I got no chill. My army has zero chill. You're going to go for a flank. You could sunder him, which I think is a good idea. And then actually, you can do this ability, Quake. Hit all of them. You're going to get retaliated no matter what happens here, so let's have the Spearman attack first. The charge gets blocked, which is a pain, but... Ice Shackle won't do it. Rock Blast will kill him, so I'm going to take that. They get weakened and Starbladed. Scouted. He moves in a bunch of troops. Yeesh. That did a lot. Whoa. Star Purge. Lose all positive status effects. 777 damage. Good gravy. Dude absolutely just deleted my guy. You've already attacked. You can't quite kill him, can you? Heart of the Revel, 19 fire damage. Chance of insanity. And he was buffed, I think, as well. All right, you better go in with that so that you can do this. His own units are berserking and hitting his own guys a lot too. Oh, that's unfortunate. I would have really loved it if you killed this shield unit. It's going to attack me for a lot of damage. God damn. I mean, at least it's not my hero, but like... It ain't good. Right. We also got rid of the charge weapon on him. I'm just remembering. Yeah, it's a Scald and a Spellbreaker. These are both tier 3 heroes. Tier 3 characters, I should say. Oh my god. Your stupid scouts are attacking my own units. Even though they were clearly in range of the enemy. Okay. All right, and you basically can't do anything right now because you're stuck. That's good, at least. You zap him. And you hit him. And then you... Got to come up and finish him off. All right, I lost way too many troops in this fight. We lost a Night Guard as well. That was one of our only tier 2s. But we wiped out a huge army. I guess that's what I'm going to put in here. Yeah. This is actually a rounded army now. What's in here? All right, I'm going to build a warlock so we can get a little bit more. Love to see a misplay. Tier 3s, man, they got to get you. They're tough. All right, if I build the Dreadspire, I can get at least warlocks and night guards. It's a lot of money, but it is boosted, so it's probably a good choice. We do have his army coming up here still to harass me. You're 700. I'm 390. Wow. God damn, did you ever lose a lot of strength in that fight? He's taking that outpost. It's gonna kill my mana upkeep. That's okay. I do need to cast Mind Thread again, so I might as well start queuing that up. Then we're on to the next one. Let's see what he does. He is going to move back. Duskwatch is going to attack him with 3 units. Well, that's not great, dude. That is not how I would have recommended doing that. All right, these snow spirits have melee attack. These are skirmishers. 30% chance of inflicting frozen. This is a 90% chance of inflicting frozen. I think I'm actually going to take that White Witch. If I could put a Warlock and a White Witch in every army, I could take any character that's super problematic, like a tier 3 Scald, and I could sunder their resistance and then freeze them for very high chance. When darkness falls and shadows creeps, a weaver comes to those who sleep. What's a glutton's greatest fear? That they are themselves consumed. Lithal Nightweaver bears a sarcastic smile. After the grand banishment on Athla, one of the oldest worlds within the Astral Sea, home to the Valley of Wonders, many known Godir originate from there. Carissa the Red has been exposed to the torment of shadows longer than most Godir. She's haunted by the past, still fears that preying mage banes from beyond. If you lure out a mage bane from the Astral Sea and confront Carissa with it, she'll be paralyzed with fear. How the hell am I meant to get a mage bane? Astral Keeper, okay. How the hell am I meant to get a mage bane? Carl? We don't have a second hero yet, but yeah, we can do that. Huh. I didn't realize this. I can't give a Whispering Stone to a vassalized state. So I'll never be able to take this as a city. Because if I had known that, I would have burned it to the ground. Come on. You're killing me, Smalls. 700. 750. I'm weak. $600. If I could get this guy in on the fight, it'd be worth it. So I wonder if I shouldn't move out and bait him, because I'm in the city walls right now, which means he needs to siege me. But I'm also healing, which I don't hate the idea of. Tormented past. Oh, I see. I just have to kill 5 units and it will lure out a Mage Bane. I'm a little confused, but sure, let's go with it. You have a Warlock incoming. Oh, I see. I have to kill these 5 units, which includes a Mage Bane and a Lost Wizard. Yeah. Sure. Maybe. Do I have any of these coming up that I want? 5 combat casting per unit death. That's not a bad idea. A Crypt Blade. These are fun, but I don't really know that I need them. This is Mines Grant Draft. This is Breastplate of the Champion. %, honest with you, it's just like all I need is farms. Farms and other shenanigans. I wish there was a river or something I could at least boost off of. For now, let's just do that. He flees. Hopefully this guy will move in. Yeah, he does. Great. Okay, so we can wipe him out. This will get us another 150 knowledge for killing a hero and whatever items he has. Which I guess I can never trade against another hero. Which is a little bit annoying, but... Zoop, zoop, zoop. My hero at least gets a nice shield wall on these guys now too. Let's surround, surround, and surround. I'm gonna weaken him with this, sunder him. I might as well move everybody up all the way because my shots up 2 are terrible. You guys are going to move there and there. I'll let you go there. So you can take the opening shot. Hit my hero in the back. Excellent. That's what I wanted. That's what I was going for. Weaken him. We can resist. You cancel his retaliation, which lets you just wail on him a little bit. You can hit him with that. Can I rock him for the kill? I can. This guy might hit my own units. Oh, excellent. Excellent. Okay. That's a huge flank. Excellent. Excellent. That's what I was going for. You know what? You can just charge him. Let him take the kill. So, that's a bit more knowledge. 150 knowledge, a bit of XP. I'll level up. Frost weapons. Deal extra damage against frozen units. Chance to inflict bleeding. 8 physical damage every turn. Call the Weak and Quake. Like, I guess fighting 1 is probably one of the more reasonable things. Fighting 1 and defense 1 are things I'm going to both want in here. I don't freeze anybody yet, so I'm not in like a rush to take that. Yeah, let's take fighting 1. That guy is 750. We are higher level, but God, where is my crypt? This guy we just killed. You can sell off his remains. And then... Right, it's just another barbed shield. So right now we have the lightning sword, which does 7/7. The battle axe does 14 and bleeding. So I'm actually going to say the battle axe is a better choice for us. Absolutely, I would say the battle axe is a better choice, unless we're fighting someone who has resistances, like takes extra damage from that. The leather armor is no good, and the horse is not as good as the nightmare. We're getting there. Let's take Blizzard. Let's take Blizzard and not put out Overwatch 2. That's the way to go. And we can start recruiting White Witches now as well and just start getting a couple of slightly better units. So we'll have a Warlock and we'll have a White Witch come out. I'll probably replace one of these Pursuers with the White Witch. I think is the way to do it. Which does mean this lock can come down for the other army. Let's hide back here. They can't quite reach me. They are a little bit damaged. We could summon more of those rock golems, but Prinny, hello. How you doing, dude? 5 units in a specified army like those hunting parties. It's a bit tricky. He's finally splitting up a little bit. He's turned this into a town, which is frustrating as heck. Stole my outpost and then turned it into a town. A very good town at that. But I will argue that this is enough to kill him. I screwed myself. No, he's not in range. Okay, thank God. That other army can't move yet. Oh, these guys are moving. That's not great. I'm gonna build a granary here because I'm desperate for food. Silver Dam is sending another war party. This brigand camp is also going to be in my territory really soon. I'd really like to beat him in a fight because it gets us 10 turns of knowledge. Like, it's going to unlock a ton of spells if we can do it. I don't think we get his items, but it would still be it'd still be good to do. God, my economy sucks. Alternatively, it looks like I could catch that army. Possibly. Where is he going? For that watchtower? How is he 850 now? Scouts. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, no, we're around the same. And I'm a player, so I should, in theory, be better. I want to make sure I don't end up in a position where I'm caught out fighting both of his groups at once. which does mean I gotta be basically careful about where I move this guy. If I go here, 1, 2, 3, he can't reach me. I'm gonna try that. I'm a little bit nervous though, I'm not gonna lie. We don't have frost arrows cast, so let's start queuing that up. And we'll see what he does. He moves back with that unit, and that unit. And I'm in a position to, again, cut his army in half, it looks like. We're getting attacked up here. 849 versus 881. That'd keep these guys out of it. First of the red has withdrawn to the astral void. All right, so she's fighting with somebody. Let's get these frost arrows up, because that's going to give us a pretty solid boost. And then I guess let's do this. 865 versus 881. I gotta be careful about that Scald. Everything else in his army is trash. And a Spellbreaker I gotta be careful about. The fun thing is that Spellbreaker should be away from the other part of the army. A little bit. Kinda, sorta, not really. You're gonna go in there. We're gonna go here. Here. And here. And then here. 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 I can't wait to get AoE'd. It's gonna be so good. I'm gonna get AoE'd so bad. I'm pretty sure he has all these crazy AoE spells. So does that wizard. Oh, nice. He summoned a stone spirit. That's fun. I wish you could decide who gets stone shackled. Let's shackle him. All right, so this Spellbreaker's gonna hurt. I can't even get in with most of my troops here. I can put you there and you here, and we can double tap that Scald. I could sunder them, maybe. Can you sunder anybody? You can't sunder the scouts. That's about it. Right. I think that's the play I have to make, even though I don't particularly love it. I'm going to move these guys a little bit out, away from them, because I just don't want to get hit with too many of these big AoE spells. So part of this is just about divvying up my troops. Hopefully in a way that just doesn't get them destroyed. Some of which I doubt I'm going to have much of a choice in the matter on. Let's see. You should probably actually quake, because you can hit almost all of them. And well, it had a chance to immobilize, but they all were like, oh no, that's not a problem. Immobilized? No, don't worry about that. Forget about that. That's not an issue with us. All right, well, that Spellbreaker is going to hit me, and I can't really do anything about it, so best I can do is just have my troops changed up as much as possible. This is almost no damage to any of them, so I might as well just take the 90s. Man. Yeah. See, I don't really want to take a lot of shots that are going to hit my own troops. Well, that's nice. At least I hit the enemy. Let's see what happens. We got one berserk. Resisted the insanity. That's good. He bolstered and strengthened. Okay. You did a huge spell. You pretty much started nuking my leader. Those pikemen did an insane amount of damage. And my leader's dead. Yo, story mission. Come on. Give me a break. He killed my own shock troop. Both of my archers with a 50% chance to kill this guy. Both of them fail to kill him and kill only my own troop in the process. That is some serious XCOM. We might have to redo this fight because this is not good, if I could be honest. This guy's already blown his Star Purge. He can't use it for 3 turns, so he's less threatening. Again, I'm pretty sure I have to redo this fight right now. Dude, what is this Scald made out of? Why do I do no damage? Yikes, man. I mean, this fight's over, right? All their tier 3 guys are still like perfectly alive. I'm getting XCOM'd so bad. Yeah, there's nothing we can do here. We got to redo this fight. Let's go. Give me the redo. You're gonna auto kill all my guys here anyway. Oh, I can just press retry combat here, can't I? Yeah. Okay. Let's see what happens this time. Maybe I hold back a little bit more, go like a little defensive. We don't have much in the way of buff spells, which is kind of, I guess, one of the confusing parts about this. They do. They have a lot of buff spells. He hasn't summoned a tier 3 elemental this time. I guess the fact that they get Starblades every round also doesn't help. Yeah, thank you. You're gonna forward. Yeah. Forward. Forward. This is also something that I feel like should be better coded. No. I find it to be frustrating having to rotate your troops to face the enemies, like that they don't automatically face the enemies. I guess here come the berserks. Ah, that's good. Their tier 3 mage actually attacked their hero. But I got massive burning spelled there. Massive, massive burning spell. Well, that wasn't too bad. I'll let you take that. Okay. Arcanist. Obviously, the guys in the back are who I want the most. But getting to them is a different question. You have a pretty strong charge strike here. I think I let you take that because that's the best you could possibly do. It's maximum charge. You have not a bad charge strike there, but you also have a 80% chance of hitting. Wow, that's weird. I've never seen melee troops not have like 100% chance of hitting. I guess because they're ghosts. Boo, 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 boo. I could move you forward and take a shot on him. You know what? Let's do that. And then I think this guy can maybe get that as a kill. That poisons him, but it gives him 2 attacks, so I'm going to let him do it. Larf. All right, I mean, I can rush their lord. He does have a battle axe, but that's a charge trick. 42 damage. You're super strong, aren't you? 3 star blades, 2 strength, and 2 fortune. God damn. You can't use fire evocation, but you could do a lightning evocation or a frost evocation if I move in there. You have a star purge still, but you also have 3 cosmic bolts. If I go in there with my hero dies. There's no question about that, I don't think. I don't have charge strike. I do have quake.
Yeah.
Wow, actually, I'm going to make this as my plan. No, they all resisted. Oh, well. I'm still going to argue that's worth the shot. You could get a 70 on him. I guess that's what you're going to have to take. I've really bundled everybody up here for another big spell. Let's stone skin you, because you're most likely to get clobbered right now. He used his AoE on me instead of triple attacking me. That's good. You bolstered and ran, and you rallied. And then did your free spell. All right, okay. Nah, that's not the worst. Oh, you're all frozen. Oh, no, that's pretty bad. Oh, no, yeah, no, never mind. That's pretty bad. Good goddamn. You're going to get slaughtered if you move. 100%. Because he's going to do 46 damage. So if I move and he gets that attack of opportunity, you're dead. Yeah. So I actually can't move this warlock. I don't think. Gross. This is gonna hurt. Yep. Make no mistake, that's gonna hurt. There goes my morale. Not my turn. He's going after my archers because they're the only things that can kill that hero. Who's taking very little damage. Here we go, 85. Boo. I guess maybe I should have just sundered you right off the bat. That still is not going to kill him. Are you serious? I had to try moving. All right. Yeah, because it took his retaliation attack. Oh, he has steadfast? I'm an idiot. Is it the belt of the berserker that gives you that? God damn it, dudes. We've lost this combat again. All my units are berserk. They can't even do anything. Okay. You do 4 damage. Look how many buffs this guy has on him. 4 bolstered defense, 4 bolstered resistance, 2 fortunes, a rally, a regen, and 2 star blades. Is he fleeing? I don't understand. This map has a bit of visual clarity problem. Yeah. This is not an 850 battle. I'm going to tell you that right now. Like, I like how this map was like, yeah, this is an even battle. In fact, you actually have an advantage in this battle. Like, no, I don't. I would have been better off auto-resolving this. Gee whiz, man. Oh, he summoned the elemental, so I've lost. Like that's currently how I feel about this. Everything I cast gives him star blades as well, right? God damn, man. Starblades is really good at buffing small units, and I'm starting to realize there's a build there. Astral Horde. Tier 1 units with Starblades and just casting as many spells as you possibly can. There's 100% a build there. Why does this guy only have 50%? What is it that they have that makes them impossible to hit? Is he in foliage? Yeah, okay, that's it. Oh my god, grazed the flank. You kidding me? You might as well just blast this guy, because I don't really have any other shots I can really do. Okay. The amount of damage even his scouts do are insane. I can't win this fight. There's no way in hell, man. There's absolutely no way to win this fight. This is a charge, and it does... Look how little damage it does. That's like a full speed charge. I mean, you'd have to get sundered. Dudes, the 50s. That's pretty good damage on him, or in theory, it's good damage on him. Jesus Christ, man. Never have ranged units in any match we've played this far. Have my ranged units hit my troops this frequently? You'll kill him. It's really my best shot, so I'm gonna let you go for these guys right now. If we can clear out some of this chaff, at least, maybe. $14 and slow. This guy's engaged with 2 units. Let's rock him instead. God. Yeah, we're gonna have to like go back to the autosave, I think, before this fight happens, because this math is clearly not remotely close. I mean, I guess I've also just ended up with too many casters in my party, I'm gonna have to say. Wow, man, I can't believe this. I thought we'd do okay. Flash, thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome to the agency. I'm sorry you're catching me on such a salt mine. This is a salty mine I'm on today. At least hit you with that. It's really all I can do. Let's see what happens. You die automatically from electrified. You pocket nuke. Graze, miss. Those were 90% shots, 70% or 90%, and I grazed twice and missed one of them. You know how in XCOM it actually lies about the percentages, and there's a secret hidden percentage that happens that's like the more often you hit it gives you an actual like stacking negative buff modifier, and the more often you miss, you actually have a higher chance of hitting. So even though it might say only 5% chance, if you've missed like 3-4 times in a row, it's actually like a 20% chance. I don't know the math exactly. We'd have to ask Illogical. He would know. Well, I can't kill 3 tier 1 units with a single tier 1 archer, so let's load that autosave. This is brutal. This is brutal. This is hard, but it is a brutal fight. True Annoyance is obscured plus quick reflexes. Oh, did they have quick reflexes as well? No, they don't. They do have resistant, which does explain why I couldn't hit them with immobilized ever. And their magic attacks deal 15 damage. That's also good to know. This is basically the build I'm saying. Mystic with prolific swarmers. But also take like Tome of the Horde. Yeah, so these guys are all full HP, right? Yeah. This is the end of last turn. I'm gonna see what happens if I auto resolve it. Oh. Oh, this is before I cast Frost Arrows. That's why. Oh, that didn't affect my thing at all. So, I mean, according to this, I was 20... Not even. I was 16 strength below them. That's it. I mean, it's going to kill me on an auto combat for sure, right? I actually don't know. I've never auto combated a risky battle that's this close. I'm just curious. We're probably just going to go to the safe again. Okay, so. I just wanted to know. So we'll actually flee back to Duskwatch if that's the case. Or I guess let's hit this guy's army instead. Yeah. I mean, it weakens me, is the annoying part about it, but it also wipes out one of his stacks at least. Toughy, man. People have said that this campaign, this story, is a real slugfest. I think I see why. Move that guy too far forward. I also really need some buff spells. Right now, all we really have is the damage spells. They ain't doing a lot for us. That's a shock. That's a shock. You can go there. You can't hit anybody, so let's move everybody up. You can probably debuff. Let's debuff that frontline troop, because he's going to give me those problems. And then, honestly, I think this is every archer onto the front line. your charge is blocked and your charge is blocked, so you just have a shot on him. You're probably the more important character to kill, if I'm going to be completely honest, even though the other guy is weakened. That being said, I don't think we're going to be able to do either or of them, so let's just stack a handful of damage. Tier 1 battle mage did 50% of my tank hero's HP in a single set of attacks. I am upsetty spaghetti. I am big time upsetty spaghetti right now. There is no way they should be able to do that much damage. What the hell? I mean, okay, that's a shock unit. I get that, but my guy's like sword and shield. Whew. All right, well, we're not doing anything for 3 turns, I can tell you that much. Oh, I've lost my whole army. Never mind. Yeah. All right, well, that sucks. I really used that much of your movement? Oh, I'm frustrated. So he's going to attack that and wipe out that 5 stack? No, he's not. He's going to go build an outpost over here. All right, that's very unexpected. I'll allow it, though, because it certainly saves my bacon for a turn. Whew. Another hostile Harmony. Oh, okay. All right. Better go save my farms from being pillaged. What is he doing? I might as well allow this. Learn to tank, noob. Yeah, seriously. For real. Maybe I'm just meant to, like, turtle until I have access to the stuff in the visions. I'm a little bit confused what, like, the optimal strategy is here. I thought going hyper aggressive made sense considering they gave me all that like draft right at the beginning. So I was like, oh, this must be what they want me to do. But now I'm not so sure. He's frozen. That's great. Everybody's gonna do a bunch of extra damage to him, that means. God, these archers are so bad, man. I honestly can't get over how frequently my archers shoot my own units. It's blowing my mind. Unreal. These guys are all berserked. Wow, we got berserked a lot on this map. I'm starting to wonder whether or not the build in this map should be building status resistance so that you don't get berserked constantly. Because like that would make some sense. Let's hit them. I keep forgetting that weakening spell also does damage. Actually could have killed that shield unit just then. Yeah, but doesn't really matter. Again, that was a 90% miss on that bow. Was it? I don't even know anymore. That looked like it was a 90%, but I guess he was obscured, so probably not. Captured. Frost shield. Okay, that's a little better for us. A mace of smiting. Deals bonus damage to fiends and undead. Why isn't there like an execute command? Do I need the crypt or something for that? Ah, answer. Yes, I do. That's exactly what I need. All right. We have Tome of Necromancy, Tome of the Doom Herald. So I'm actually not super interested in either of these. Doom Herald, I guess we could go. We would get Cruel Weapons and Joy Safening. Tome of Artificing gets us the crit chance. Siegebreaker, which isn't bad. And it could get us Iron Golems, which would be a tier 3 shield unit, which we really don't have and really could use. So I'm definitely going to go with that. I guess we're going to have like Iron Golems, Dark Knights,
is the ultimate expression of
and then a bunch of like
genius
cold
made
casters.
physical.
That might be a little bit weird, but I guess it works.
Yeah.
Sorry, wait, which you're meant to go in that army. Oh, yo. All right. Well, at least we're back on track. I'm going to keep spending all my Imperium to grow my farm because that feels like it's the best choice still. Build with a quarry. Boosted with a forester. Forester. All right, so foresters seem to be the way I need to go right now if I want to get any boosting done. I mean, they still give me food, so... Who's this army? That's just bandits, okay. Yeah. Pretty low mana income. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about clearing this guy out and expanding into this mana node. Push on the Oracle Woods as well. Let's grab Iron Golems. All right, my hero is back at least. That's a 750. Put one of these garbage archers into that. Move this guy down. I mean, this says I can win this fight. I don't really believe anything the game is telling me at this point right now. Because it's giving me a rough run for my money. This would give me Dark Knights. We also have Dark Surge, which is kind of nice. Let's go with the Shrine right now, though, because you are right. I am very low on mana, and I need more. Especially if I'm going to be building golems. I think another White Witch would be good. It would be. I want to phase out as many of these archers as possible, because I don't think witches can friendly fire. Like, I don't think magic troops, I think they either miss, graze, or hit, while archers are miss, graze, hit, or hit your own troops. I've never seen a mage hit my own troops, at least not yet, that I can think of. And then, honestly, let's do this. If I push down into her territory, it might give me the that one thing I need to make the love potion. 150 HP. All right. Can't cast any spells because there's a Mage Bane. So just note that. I'll let you take that charge. You can take that charge if that's the case, which means you're moving there, which means fighter's moving there. You're moving up here. Now. What's going on with my mouse? Let's start weakening up the big guys because we're going to need to. And then, honestly, I think if I can, the best thing to do here would be to move forward and freeze them. Immune to frozen. Oh, that's fabulous. You're frost weakness, so let's get rid of you then. You guys are charge striking, so let's just let you take that. I can't imagine slowing that guy down really does anything serious to me, so let's just try to wipe this guy off the map first. 270s. 270s. Then I might as well take one at 90. Okay. Scary shots. You can move up and take shots this round, and then you can sunder next turn. Lots of berserks. You know what? That's fine. It's my archer. I hate them anyway. I'm happy you killed them. Oh, good. I like that my battle mage walks into melee range and then casts this spell instead of casting it 3 times at the actual closest enemy. Hi-yi-yi. AI, give me a break. I mean, he is hiding behind a big rock, so I guess there is that. You're gonna go on that Wind Rager, and I guess you're gonna go in here and kill that Mage Bane. This do give me spells. Which of course doesn't really help my low mana situation casting this frequently, but I'm gonna sunder you. You're immune to freezing, so let's just blast you. Trying to get all these guys to charge as much as possible. You get 100 shots. I'll give you the 70s. One at 70. One at 50. You've gone. Okay. Start wailing on him. So, like, the fact that in strength was pretty much equal to the last fight I fought, and how different it is. As a Magebane calls out to the astral sea, it is driven by the instincts to find new prey. This is the moment you anticipated, and an attractive bait is needed to manipulate where the Magebane will strike next. 279 mana, or 2 of my own population. Ugh. Well, I don't have a choice. At the sight of the Magebane, Carissa the Red freezes. Seemingly unable to act or flee, she expresses growing terror as the horrible creature slowly draws near. I don't have the Gilder Coil. I killed too many to earn it as my prize, but to no avail. Now take this thing away, please. She is defeated. Ooh. If I save you, you serve me. I get a tier 4 broadsword, a tier 3 crown, a tier 4 mind control wand, a tier 2 zombie raising wand, and a tier 2 zombie raising wand. I mean, I think this seems pretty obvious what the best options are here. And her cities become independent. Interestingly enough, her cities become independent and not at war with me. Her hero leveled up 1,000,000 times. You're getting a downgraded weapon. I'm unequipping that. I'm stealing all of this equipment. So she's level 13. Wow. Noted. She's ferocious, a corpse eater. The governor of Pyre. I guess I can build her any way I want. But until I actually use her in combat... Oh, she actually just immediately starts. Okay. So, hold on a minute here. Because you're clearly going to get given this sword. And all of these wands. Magic attacks. Ignore up to 3 status resistance. I mean, you don't really use a lot of magic attacks, if I'm going to be honest. You have the wand of lightning strike, but that's it. I'm going to keep demoralizing mask on you. So you can have your crown back. I think that's what I'm going to give her. I guess. And then she looks like she'd be a better melee hero than anything else, but I guess I can build her any way I want. I could just build her any way I want. She's also still governor of that city. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I have melee weapons. What I don't have is like other weapons. So let's take Call of the Week. Let's take Defense 1. Let's take Frost weapons. Fighting 2 and Defense 2. Seems to be getting confused here. Call of the week. Killing momentum. Martial expertise. Defense 3. Yeah, give her first strike. Though I don't necessarily think that that's great for her. Let's give her vigor. I think I'm gonna go with demon step. And assassinate, maybe. Assassinate's a bit weird because it's very rare that they're so low HP that you wouldn't just attack them. She has a bit of nature to her. Why don't I give her mass rejuve? Maybe. No, let's go draining blade, actually. That's a bit funner. And why not? Let's give you Grim Executioner and Hell. 2 more points. I do love First Strike. Obsidian Weaponry. There we go. All right, you got Chonky. You can be in charge of my second army. Large creature cage here. Let's clear out this guy. Ogres. We get blocked 5 turns of draft, but receive a bunch of production. That's not bad. Both of these armies are at 6 right now, so 5 turns of draft is not like the worst. Things that I want to recruit, I'm mostly building from the Rally Lieges at this point. That gets me a ton of mana. I can also grab that library for 0 turns. 23 mana. Build 2 quarries to get the mana obelisk. Right, and we had to sacrifice a bunch of population, so I can't actually build any new stuff for a while. Alright, I'm gonna go Arcane Institute. This should get me mana. Yeah, you're right. 79 mana. Look at that. Let's go up here, wipe this guy out. Get whatever that small creature is, and then wipe out this brigand camp. Hi-yo. All right. I feel like we got a little bit of pressure back underneath us now all of a sudden. These guys are going to be fighting each other. If I can take Skull Pit, that would give me the Astral Dew that I need to automatically beat Sinrin. So let's make sure we get that. You're gonna flee, okay. I want this city back as well. This dweeb is coming up, but we have a minute before we have to deal with him. So let you go here. We can just quick auto this one. Pick up a Gore Tusk Matriarch. That's a tier 3 shock unit. All right, let's get rid of one of them then. I actually feel like the archers are worse. This is also autoable. You know what? You can move up there and get that treasure. And this is not a fight either. Great. Whirlwind Blade, a bit of food, bit of production. Arcane Institute is done. Let's grab... Wizard's Foundation. And the prison cells. I want to execute that hero. And we've leveled up. Thank goodness. Thank the goddamn goodness. Take fighting too. It's probably better if I left this on my other hero because she's so much better than I am, but I just can't possibly do it that way. He's trying to steal this from me, Sinrin, and somebody else is also talking to Skull Pit. A lot of rulers are talking with Skull Pit. Okay. We do have Silver Tongue Fruit, though. I think that counts for us. Yeah. So at least we should level up fast. All right, I got to beat this guy, and then I'm going to go destroy Silver Dam. I guess you can go there, and then there, and then there. 250 knowledge. We've unlocked Iron Golem, finally. That's great. And we'll pick up Siege Magic for sure. And remains of Mandark Shadowbiter. He doesn't have much good. So I can hold him until I need the money. You got Pact of Cooperation. Boost it. Can't mess around. And you're on infinite. Because my draft is killed right now. Okay. Looks like they're going for Duskwatch. Maybe? Dude loves just sacrificing 3 units at a time. It's very confusing. We'll move in with everybody else. Mines Grant Drafts. Chestplate of the Champion. We're about to unlock 200 mana, 200 knowledge upon completing Conquest of a City. And I am going to be honest, I'm thinking about letting this guy out and then declaring war on him and just blowing up his city. Inferno puppy. Heroes and Crypts grant 2 mana per turn. Convert. Execute. Cool. You get their items the moment they're executed as well. Honestly, I don't know why you need to sell a corpse to get the items off of it. Like why you can't just take the items directly. Mace of Smiting. That might actually be better for her. Tier 2. I mean, I guess if she's fighting undead, maybe we switch that over, but Silver Dam is setting another war party. All right, well, I'm going to deal with these guys, and then I'm going to try to deal with Silver Dam. This map really is just constant war. All right, you know what? I don't care if Duskwatch gets burned. Realistically. So let's just move everybody together. I'm gonna go with the estate hall here. If I could get a 3rd forester, I'd need 2 more foresters to make that happen. Boy, I'm really hurting on mana. Sell the corpse of the heroes killed in battle, not executed in prison. Yeah, it's weird, right? Like, either way, they're dead, so... Makes no sense. You can't loot the corpse. I feel the same way. The free city of Tuskheim greets you with hostility. Okay. 3 turns and I get the Pact of Vassalage, and Sinrin gets destroyed. Ice Coffin. 90% chance of becoming frozen. Sustain 10 frost damage. We have a new rally. What do we have in troops? We have a White Witch coming in. You have a Warlock and that White Witch is joining you. You have a Warlock and a White Witch. You have neither. So I need another White Witch and I need another Warlock. Actually, I can build Warlocks now as well though. $100, but cheaper to build them this way. $75. This is another auto battler. 250 knowledge. All right, well, we're getting a lot from these fights. Just in terms of raw XP. Shinra Rune Spear has become captured. I feel like the mana for me is better right now than the knowledge. Yeah, these guys are raiding. Like, I'm thinking about just destroying Duskwatch, like raising it to the ground and then taking back Astralonium. What happened to my nice music? I was really enjoying that music. It's weird. Execute is for -5 alignment. I don't really care. No, yeah. I mean, I was going to try to stay neutral-ish, but it seems like there's no choice but to go evil on this campaign. I'm fine with that. I'm trying to replace all these tier 1 units anyway right now. $600. Yeah, I wish I wasn't so damaged. That's the only problem with this right now. Home of Scrying. Now, what do I actually want here? Toma wins. I mean, I could kind of make an argument for this being like the cold biting wins. We could also have flying scouts that just go around the mountains or around the lava. It would give me Zephyr archers, which I'm also obsessed with. They're just the best archers in the game as far as I'm concerned. Banshees do cold damage. I just don't really feel like morale is what I'm going down here, right? Is there any other option I might want? I don't think so. I think Toma wins. I think I can make sense out of that. And it does give me tier 3 archers, which, like, let's be real, wouldn't be bad. Tell me about your faction. We're playing as cold and stone, basically. Dwarves.
The winds blow wild and
We are freezing cold dwarves who are inspired by icebergs. Is the best way to put it, I think. And we're playing on a hell of a map. We're playing on the third story map, which is a volcanic caldera, and our goal is to freeze the entire map if I can. Like, that's really what I want to do, is cast the ice spell and just chill out everything, which is easier said than done. Well, now's the time to get stolen power, seeing as I'm about to conquer a city. Siege magic's ready to launch as well, which will let this go faster. Oh yeah, these witches look really good. We're about to vassalize a contested free city in one turn, which will also kill off this other hero. And this is 2 turns that I can't really speed up. If I had $100, I could do a headlong assault and undermine the walls, but I don't, so I'm just going to harass the defenders, considering I am also damaged here. I'm going to try to send some more guys. Dominance is sending another war party. So all of these outposts should either disappear or split off. And this should become a free city. We'll see how it works. Love themes? I always try to make my, I don't know, I always try to make my factions interesting and role play the decisions, even if they're not necessarily the right decisions. 5 ads in a row. So they show up every hour. I normally take, I go like refill my coffee and stuff on the ad breaks. So sorry if you missed the faction introduction. We're playing as like iceberg inspired dwarves. We're all about freezing the world and turning it into a rocky, stony mountain. We're going pure. We're kind of like blending materium and shadow as much as possible. Try to stay away from the undead stuff in shadow and just go with the cold. So that's kind of the theme we're going. We want to freeze as much as we can. Moon Princess, thank you for the Prime sub. The Bezos bucks. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I like the idea. I like it too. It's been fun so far. But this map is a real brutal, difficult map. The third story. It's a lot of fighting. It looks like our vassalization has just clicked off, so we've got Love and Let Die Aftermath. You brew the love potion with the materials you collected, and soon after the result presents himself to you. Oh, Arctus Frost Herald. He throws you a languishing look. You surely are the most stunning of all glacial harbingers. Who could betray a heart that beats within a chest as sublime as yours? I regret that I do not have the Gilder coil to gift, nor do I know who has it. But I will serve you for all eternity, for I couldn't even bear a hint of your disapproval. It's clear that he's desperately in love with you. What will you do with him? Make him your personal buffoon. You gain a Scald unit. That's funny. Let him sing ballads of your beauty and fame, or allow him to command loyally as a follower. We get the Executioner, Evoker's Robes, the Murder Ring, the Belt of the Berserker, and the Wand of Lightning Strike. Kind of feels like you have to take them, right? They're level 14 heroes. Yeah, and the outpost just disappears, and this becomes a free city. It's a free city I'm at war with, but that's fine. We're going to remake it in our vision. And I guess, like, y'all can make your way down to that war. Astral Dew, a hero has leveled up 8,000 times. Lightning Orb? No, that's tier 1. I'm going to take this away from him. Because I'm going to make him a mage. So the Wand of Lightning Strike I don't mind. But someone's a random tier 3 elemental. That's so broken for a first level, for like the 5th level hero spell. absolutely going to take that on you. And then we'll take Frostfire Detonation for the second spell, I think. Yeah, why not? So, I'm going to give you all of the spells. Magecraft. We're going to give you Sundering Curse. Oh, that's nice. I didn't know you could take that. We'll give you Distant Evocation as well. Sure, let's go with Frost Evoker so you have both the Frost spells. Magic attacks gain a bunch of accuracy. We'll give you that. We'll give you Weaver, which lets you double cast. Fire Evoker is probably a good idea. We'll give you Magecraft 2. I guess. I don't know that you need the third one of those. I'm going to give you Call of the Week because I think that this also affects your spells. I certainly hope it does. And now you are my wizard. Harry. And you are vassalized. So nobody else can take Skull Pit from me. And I should be able to... No, I also can't absorb it. This map is weird. It's got some weird things going on, that's for sure. Astrolonium we can take back, though. This is our city. But we're going to slaughter Silver Dam first. Took Arctic Adaptation? Yes. Yeah, we did, yeah. Arctic Adaptation, and we took Tough because I actually misunderstood... This map has a thing that every 3 turns, there's a 30% chance all of your units go berserk. And I kind of misunderstood how berserk worked. I didn't realize it targeted enemies first and then your own heroes. So I just wanted to be in a position where, like, if our units started hitting each other, that we would be at least slightly safe from the attacks. I should wait for him. It's only going to take 1 turn. And it will make this fight a lot easier. So that's what I'm going to do. Give him mage weapons. We don't have any mage weapons. That's kind of the problem. This is a nearby pack just attacking me. I mean, thanks for the level up at least. That was this monster den just sent a bunch of wolves at me. Okay, I think I might give you Draining Blade. I could give you Warding Bond as well. But no, I think I want to give you Draining Blade. And I'm gonna give him defense. He takes so much damage in like every fight. All right, this one we're gonna fight. Had to go wrong with though. What civics did I pick? We went Shadow Walkers and Runesmiths, I believe, is our build. Ow. Now, these little piggies definitely have Demolisher. There's no reason not to open up with a little Sundering Curse. This is my crazy wizard. Oh, you can't even see, can you? Really? That's kind of strange. Freeze. Excellent. All right, you're dealt with. Not that there's a lot to deal with here, but Carissa can move in. Y'all can move in. Y'all can move in. Y'all can move in. Start punching a hole. So close. Freeze him. Love freezing blast. It's so fun. Wand of domination. Raise undead. Quake. So I can move in and I can quake this, and this whole wall should be destroyed. Not completely, actually. But pretty good. And sadly, I kind of whiffed this, and you can't really do anything here, so you're just going to shield wall. Who is this? What target do I have? Lesser Stone Spirit. You're this guy, right? Yeah, that's fine. Ow. Got frost. Frost evocation, yeah. Cone damage. Alright, that's fine. Two can play at that game. Well, you do 25 damage with that. You do 40 damage with this spell, though. Unfortunately, it didn't freeze him. But it still does a lot of damage. Do you have corpses around? If you move here, you can't quite get the corpse that's underneath him. My witches can take some shots. All right. Let's blow this open so that my shock troops can go through. And if I can, I think, yes, you can demon step to these guys. And then this is a good situation where I would use Draining Blade, I think. Because you only get one attack. You have a good charge. You could easily charge him and finish him off. So the real question is can my archers do the rest? The answer is probably not. Because my archers are terrible. Because if we're gonna be real, my archers suck. But God love them, they're trying their best. Rock! That still never gets old to me. Oh, berserk! Great. So when my archers are berserking and shooting my own troops, they're able to critically hit on a flank and do 45 damage in a single shot. But when I'm berserking against the enemy, not a chance. Best way to medicate, then go to Angel and become immune to that effect. Play this map as Frozen Undead Angels. Wow. I don't think we're going to take a major transformation, honestly. Because there isn't a major transformation in Materium. And Whiteborn doesn't feel right to me. Because I'm not actually taking any of the undead stuff. Like, I shouldn't even have access to souls for the entire campaign. Vassalize, raise, absorb. If I wait a turn, I can migrate and take this city over. So I'm gonna do that. I'd like to know what's up here. A tranquil pool, it looks like. We've unlocked Zephyr Archers. I'll take 30% crit chance. City awaits its fate. Glinda Rune Spear has been collected. Crown. You have a satirical orb, so I can put that on my caster. Robe of Resistance, Ring of Opportunity, and an Amulet of Vitality. Yeah, I'll sell your corpse. Because then I can give this guy an actual orb instead. Is it a weird orb? Yep. 1 resistance. I need to swap out her crown then. Because this crown does like bonus to magic attacks. Double morale penalties when killing things. %30 damage on opportunity attacks. I'm going to give him the murder ring. The way I see it is that he's going to hit so many people with massive AoEs. He has a really good chance of actually killing people. The Belt of the Berserker I want on you. So let's talk about your wands. Mind control. Zombies. Little wand juggling. That does it nicely. All right, you're gonna sit there. You're gonna sit there. You're gonna. What are you unlocking? Special improvements grant +5 gold and sensing range. We're making 0 gold a turn right now. Blah. Totally undead, fetid legion. English is a dumpster fire of a language. I mean, yeah, you're absolutely correct on that. Had to dip out for an hour or two. How's the never-ending war going? It is never-ending. We actually managed to kill 2 of the goat deer already. Just because you get special quests. You slip in their dreams and you get special quests to kill them without a real fight. And that's pretty much the only way to do it early on, because they're all level 14 and they have incredible tier 4 equipment and spells that can nuke your entire army from orbit. So, like, there's not much you can do otherwise. Seems to be winning after seducing the pants of another ruler. Exactly. Except for Frostling, you took Fetid Legion, Anointed People, Angelized, and a ton of others. Crazy. I kind of like that idea. It's very funny. I wish you could take, like, Whiteborn and also then become angels, but that would be super strange. Materium could do more with Golemancy and maybe Golem transformation. Yeah. So here's the thing. There is a DLC coming out that's meant to be like a machine based. And I think that's what the transformation is going to be. It's going to be about like the major Materium transformation is going to be turning your people into automatons. I'd be really surprised if that is not the goal of that DLC, because Materium is the only one that doesn't have a major race transformation. Angelized Ginger Race, Celestial, yeah. Flying and Faithful, yeah. And immune to mind control, which is really nice. And the golems are as well, yeah. Hey. Yeah, that's I think it's the second DLC. The first DLC coming out is all about dragons. They're gonna add a lizard race and some, I guess, probably a dragon transformation and like a book of dragons, I suspect. I mean, I'm curious. Is each DLC going to add a completely unique affinity? Like, will there be dragon affinity with 2 separate books underneath it? Or will they just add it to, like, I don't know, pyromancy or something? Pyromancy is demons, so I'm not sure. Blessed be this day, O Arctis Frost Herald, on which we meet my heroic savior. She makes a theatrical gesture, shaking her head in tears. The gleeful miscreants call me the Queen of Mockery, but I am not. They hold me captive and dress me up as their ruler out of delusions of mockery. Each day I must watch their vicious ploys and endure the pain of their victims. Please, drive back the gleeful miscreants and free me from their throne of thorns. Reveler's Heart. Joy Siphoner's Spawnkin. Quick Reflexes and Overwhelm. Shadow Walker's Fabled Hunters. Oh, this is a fun concept. She built a seed of chaos, though. We need to mind thread her. Oh my, oh my. Lithal raises an eyebrow. Even for Godir, this mind is a maze not easily navigated. Fricka dwells in deception and trickery. Anything she speaks seems to be lies. Yet there's one ironic truth in her staged plea for help. Fricka is not the captive of the gleeful miscreants, but she lost her soul to the demonic prince Atingwe and must by contract abide to his will. How does this help me? A contract with the princes of Obadoth can't be broken, but it can be altered. If she sings over Fricka's debt to you, she will be at your mercy. Atingwe himself has no holdings in the Crimson Caldera, but there are ways of making yourself heard. 3 ritual circles dedicated to Atingwe far to the southwest. Negotiate well and the contract will be yours. All right. That's a journey, but I guess the thing is nobody can get across the middle of this map. So like if I took this, I could just hold the line here and then all the way around until we cleared out everything. And I reckon that's going to be the way to do it. Yeah, it's a tranquility pool. Kill them. Kill them all. You lost a troop in that fight as well. Okay. I'm quite wounded. I'm quite poor. Upkeep is 20 gold and 1 mana. Sheesh. I need to be building buildings is what I need to be building. Buildings are what I need to build. You require a mine. You don't have the population to do it. Therefore, you will build nothing instead for the turn. Gee whiz. All right, I got to sweep over, kill these guys, and take this city, and then we're good. Right, I guess I don't heal in this territory. So let's go back to our home. Oh, I could build a mine this way. I never thought about this. Per adjacent quarry or mine, it gives draft. Per adjacent quarry, it gives bonuses. So I could put that right there, and it would do pretty well, I think. School of Cryomancy. Per adjacent snow or ice province, gain +3 mana. That'll be better once we have the ability to do that. To make everything icy. I'm gonna build this here. We're gonna lose 5 production, but we're gonna get some gold. It'll make sense down the road. We got bonded vassalage with Skull Pit. Cyric, hello. Kobolds would be nice. Yeah, I mean, I think the lizard folk are probably going to be kobold-y. They might be like bigger, like more like alligator-y lizard folk. You know, sort of almost like Warhammer lizard folk. But I imagine if you make them tiny, like put their physique down all the way and make them really small, they're going to look like kobolds or skinks. And if you make them really big, they'll look like alligators or croxagores. War has ended. Shazbot. They got vassalized by someone else. All right, it doesn't matter. I'm going to kill them anyway, so. I'm sure I'm going to meet this ruler in a turn or two. So they've probably swept in from the west and taken over the rest of that dude's cities. This is a siege project. This is a very good siege project. Let's take that. All right, and Silver Dam is built. 2 food, 8 production. No, 8 draft? Yeah. You're 4 production, 4 mana. I don't really need that mana right now. I'll take the food. Ooh, I could clear out this Oracle Wood, which would give me 20 mana and 5 Imperium. These guys are literally marching on me right now, though, so why don't I deal with this instead? Man, wow, this really is like constant warfare here. Ability to assign Whispering Stones to other vassals. Instantly gain 500 knowledge. Set production. Rainbow Clover. We've become very evil. I think that's okay. We're gonna have to deal with that monster den too. I've never felt like I have to have more than 3 armies, but this map, definitely. Slaughter this dweeb. Captured. Staff of Decay, a crown, an evoker's robe, Horn of Plenty. Yeah, all right. Off you go. So I could give this guy the Staff of Decay instead of this Satirical Orb. Bleeding, decaying. It also does frost damage. I think I'm going to do that. He doesn't need the horse. I'd like to give you the Ring of Opportunity if I'm being completely honest, but mind control is pretty good. All right, that works. Well, they keep feeding me heroes, which is nice. Fast reply. So saucy. So saucy. I don't always have to break the rhythm of what I'm doing. Here's Tome of the Cold Dark. So this is the one that gives me, yeah, Marching Winter. Target friendly city starts altering terrain to Arctic at 2 provinces per turn. Provinces with snow and ice get 2 food and 2 production. So this is I really want. Frostling Transformation I also really want. Flash Freeze is fun. And then we can get Universal Camouflage. So I'm gonna get this one first, I think. What are the rock tomes? Terramancy, Stone Spirit, Tremor Ritual. This is the best siege project in the game, probably. Can destroy mountains and adds the Rocky feature. Rocky feature's good. We actually hide in Rocky territory. Let's start with Cold Dark, though. 3 knowledge per adjacent snow or ice. Visiting units gain Ice Touch until the end of the next battle, giving their frozen attacks a base 30% chance of inflicting frozen. Whoa. Base magic attacks have a 60% chance of inflicting blind.
Light brings both warmth and hope.
We'll go Frost Freeze first. I'd also make a pretty good argument for the Seed of Shadow here, considering a Shadow magic costs 20% knowledge. Though I guess we can't build multiple seeds, which is worth thinking about. I suddenly have like a lot of mana. But not a lot of money. This is 30% crit chance on basically everybody. And I actually don't have any scouts, but I'd like to make one. If I have a windborne scout, I can just fly them over the mountains, so. Teleportation book for chrono gates. You're going to need a lot of teleporters. I can just build teleporters. I don't need chrono gates for that. Hilarious. I gotta wait a turn. What do we get here? City structures cost less gold. Instantly gain gold. This would actually be probably worth getting, considering how broke I am all the time. You can now annex more stuff. What do you need? 2 quarries. You can build that mint. But you do need quarries, and the golem mine actually plays off of quarries, if I'm correct. Yeah. You guys are all healed up, pretty much. There we go. Begone, foul spawn of Obadath. A righteous shout pierces the sky as Mashara the Radiant descends above with holy fury. Your dark disguises cannot fool my true sight, for your inner demons have betrayed your purpose. The crimson caldera is ever-flowing chalice of violence and death. I will drink from it. Lay down your weapons and you may find peace in the afterlife. All who resist will be struck down and purged. Mind thread. Yeah, so she's the one who vassalized the state. Last what I figured. Let's get everybody down there in the meantime. Do I play on hard? I normally play on... I play brutal on the skirmish mode. But I play hard on the story because it's you can't play on any harder difficulty than that. They will start to cast magic victory spells in 20 turns. Well, we'll deal with that when we deal with it, I guess. All right, dudes. You dudes are flying. Oh, cool. They actually get flying mounts when you give them that. That rules. You're overlorded as well. Dang, son. What I really don't want to do is end up in a position here where I've overextended and can't actually fight their army. So let's be a little bit careful. Just a little bit. And we'll take a look into what we need. There's an old saying that what an Inquisitor fears the most is the Inquisition itself. Lithal Nightweaver speaks slowly, interpreting the glimpse of Mashara's mind. It seems that the zeal of Mashara the Radiant is driven by her fear of not being worthy. By culling evil, she attempts to prove her purity of faith, and yet she fears the true path of ascension is still hidden from her. What I need is a shrine of smiting? The demons of Obadath bask in corruption. More than destruction, they seek to foster the inner demons of their victims. On rare occasion, these fiends succeed in dragging a shrine of smiting to their demonic realm, where they attempt to bind and turn it through never-ending rituals. There is one shrine of smiting chained in the Crimson Caldera. Free it and deny you the judgment of Mashara. Ah, cool. Well, that's no problem. Easy. I can get to literally the furthest possible place on the map. Not an issue. I can bring multiple armies there to take that fight. Let's build a mint and get some gold. Completely encased, actually. Yeah, so I need flying units if I even want to do that. How bad is your army? Oh my god. You have 5 spellbreakers in your army. All you have is spellbreakers. Your entire army is nothing but spellbreakers. Oh, I wish I had enough to do this. Of course they have stone walls because I built them. I don't know that I even want to spend the money here on this because I don't know if I have 4 turns of sieging. The fact that I don't have any scouts is problematic. All right, that at least lets me know if they're coming. I could have that scout. Or somebody. I could have this guy grab this watchtower, and that would actually give me a lot of vision here. So that's probably the best play to do. Find out whether or not I'm totally screwed. Okay, that looks positive. I do have my universal camouflage here as well, so... You have an underground laboratory. Mana obelisk wouldn't be bad. That mine is a way of being built. Yeah, you know what? Let's take it. I mostly just want this as a holding point, right? Just because I don't think they can get around this city easy. The fanfare of 1,000 hammers hitting an anvil heralds the coming of Kir Uranon, demonic prince of the forge. Welcome to a world of reclamation where even the most loathsome soul receives its purpose. Work in the crucible, fuel the fires of Dominus, and prove worthy to augment my machines and weapons with your life force. Either way, you are a valuable resource to Kir Uranon. This hammer owes its potential to the soul of a storm giant dwelling inside. Which of my artifacts will yours inhabit? Oh. And here's the Guildmaster of the Free City, Queen Fjord. Oh, here are traces of the Gilder Coil. While you ponder your strategies for this war with many fronts, your scouts are returning now from different regions. They speak of demonic encounters, vicious monsters, and rampant war bands roaming the lands. Bad testament to the rulers long fallen who came to the Crimson Caldera in search of the Gilder Coil's power. As Glacial Harbinger, you may claim any of the treasures your scouts have brought back from their journeys. The Crown of Ruin? Meh. The money they've looted, 140 bucks. Or a bit of draft. I actually don't need this because most of my guys are melee casters. I'm going to take the money at this point. It's more valuable. Oh, I suppose as they keep building Seeds of Chaos, I'm going to keep exploring them. Or Seeds of Shadow or anything else. So this is Deliria. Dominus is down here. Marcia must be up here. And that's all 3, right? Unless she's down here. Whoa, what is this, I wonder? Which is a maybe. The cat is the biggest boss. Block the madness. Alright, good to know. I'm gonna shuffle. Oh, I really don't want any of these spells. I guess a summonable spirit is not the worst thing we could take. This is ready to go in one more turn. You've unlocked. Your heroes gain experience 100% faster. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll take that. A new rally has started. Berserkers from Skull Pit. If we want tier 3 shock units. Not really. Warlocks and Night Guards. How are we on the Warlock and Night Guard front? Everybody has a Warlock. What I actually want is another White Witch. And then I want, like... Zephyr Archers and probably an Iron Golem. I desperately need to replace those with Zephyr Archers. So queue it up. Y'all are waiting. This city can be integrated, which is a little bananas. If I'm going to be honest, I'm going to pay for that 14 food. I don't know why I wasn't doing that earlier. Let's fly over here. Chapel Soar. This is a free city. Oh, this was an Ashbourne city. Oh, that... No, because Runestar was their capital. So this must have been their city that they first built, and then they built the outpost over here that I burned down, and then they stole my outpost. And we have a monster den we got to deal with. Okay. 20 hero, full stack of 6 could clear any army. Oh, just like put all 6 heroes in one army? That's a bit of a funny and foolish idea that I also kind of like. Siege projects cost less. Here's teleporters next. Sorry, what am I missing? Siege projects. All right. I guess we're doing this war. I'm going to fight this. I don't feel like it's going to go well based on their characters. Oh, wow. Okay, interesting blink. I mean, I guess let's do that. Tack. I'm gonna sunder you. And then I'm gonna freeze you. Brilliant. 60% chance to hit in melee attack. 21 damage. 26 damage with that. I don't know why I even took that. Honestly, at 5%, I knew it was going to be a bad idea. You can go in and Quake and not really do much, but that's okay. You live, you learn. You're going to move in and... Wand of Lightning Strike. Nope. Decay Blast. Okay. You're going to move in and do nothing. You're going to move in and do nothing. Well, 30% nothing. Might as well be. You can hit him with that. You might as well. Big Pig. Even though you have Demolisher, you don't do that much damage. What's your deal? Oh, if you blink, you get a 40% chance of evading an attack. I don't know why that gives me max 5% chance of hitting you. Something's off on that math. These are terrible shots, but I might as well land them. Now, we're going to get Starbladed to hell. Told you. I told you that was not going to go well. Crazy Mookie, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Can you kill with that? No, you could freeze him with that though, so let's do that. Just graduated recently, have a lot of time to kill. How's this game compared to other RTSs like Warhammer? I love it. I think it's brilliant, honestly. I think it's one of the more interesting 4X games that have come out in a while. It combines a lot of my favorite parts of different games. It has some work to be done. Like, there's no question about that. There's some serious room for improvement on a handful of different things, but overall, its base game is still good. I'm enjoying it enough that I want to beat it in every way that I can think of, like right now. And there's a bit of a progression system that also makes it so like different builds, maybe you want to kind of wait to try until you like unlock stuff in the Pantheon. 30%? Nice. But overall, I feel like very good game. Can recommend. Can recommend, do recommend. 50 or a 90. I'm actually just going to take that 90. You've got a nice, tasty, juicy charge here, so let's just let you go in, because at least you're next to everybody. These guys really got pummeled. All right, you can get that kill. Ah, goddamn Starblades. If I go here, I can demon step here. And now at least I'm threatening all of these. Whoo-wee, what a mess. Here come the berserks. Yep. I'm losing a lot of chaff here, but I think that's okay. Let's let that lightning, wand of lightning. Use that there. That's kind of fun. Now, you can sunder. That guy's dead. You're dead. Ah, you're slowed. God. 50%. This game hates me. It hates me so much. Can I not go that? Why won't you just go like 1, 2? This pathing doesn't make any sense. Nothing is threatening that. Why do I have to go around that corpse? Here lies Spellbreaker. Is it just because the charge does more damage? I mean, maybe. Ooh. All right, what do I got? Freeze him. My core tusk! You monster! I hate you. My poor piggy. You're frozen. All right, so that's the end of you. Oh, my poor little piggly-wig. Wow, you have terrible shots everywhere you go. But I guess we'll take what I can. 30? 60. There we go. It's an interesting battle system. Yeah. I mean, I compare it a lot to Spellforce because we played a ton of that on the channel. And it was incredible. I had a lot of fun with it. XCOM is the other one I really like link it to. I did lose a Warlock there as well. That was not great. I gotta wait another turn to vassalize, migrate this one. Okay. Well, I guess you guys can fuse. And chill. This guy's coming in to give me trouble with a bunch of summoned astral demons. You have Zephyrs. I need some like iron golems. I really need to rebuild my army properly. Remelzov's Stargazer. Mask of Precision. Ring of Inspired Killer. A Wand of Poisonous Darts. A Lightning Sword. You got a couple of things I could use. Not a lot, but I think she's missing a ring. God, can you imagine if I could sell things on this map? Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be crazy good? All right, let's keep flying that way. You're invisible, so. He might attack me here, which I'm not stoked if he does. 600. I'm not really healed up. Tuskheim has sent a war party. Who is Tuskheim? These guys. Excellent. We finally get our Frostling transformation, though. Immune to frozen, 10 morale on cold terrain, Arctic walk. And we look cooler. Interesting. This actually got rid of the rocks that were coming out of us. Yeah, the Earthkin rocks don't show up anymore. Which, if I'm going to be completely honest, I prefer. These ice spikes look way cooler. I love how it's like these are coming out of this like a lava shoulder piece. The Earthbreaker shoulder piece. Start queuing up mine threads. Styrocourt has declared war on us. Okay. We got a bunch of stuff built. It's crazy that I need to migrate this because it was my city in the first place, but yeah, what are you gonna do? Old World is good. I do have that, but I've yet to try it. I have 8 farms. This would give me 80 food. This would double my food. I think I'm gonna do that. You can't really do much. How bad is this gonna be? Not really that bad. My problem is I don't have any frontline troops. Everybody I have is casters. Are these two immortal? I'm curious about that. I guess they won't go to the astral void if they die. I'll take it. Shadow Biter. What do you have? Mace of Smiting. Lucky Ring. Yeah, you can just stay in prison for now. Thankfully, every time we kill one of these guys, we get massive amounts of knowledge. These all suck. Marching Winter is what I really want, so. Our mind thread is ready. Trying to stalk the mind of Kier Uranon, you sense a strong force pushing your astral grip aside like plated armor deflecting an arrow. Invading the memory of a demonic prince, I admire your ambitions, Frost Herald. She takes the horn of a bull and slowly covers it in dark astral strings. It seems the age of competition and betrayal have taught the princes of Obadath to protect their minds well. She twitches at her ethereal web, which starts to move as liquid shades violently devour the horn. When a foe can't be trapped, it must be overwhelmed. I receive 400 mana and an army of ethereal units. You truly have become a weaver of nightmares. The trap has been prepared. It's time to lure the victims to their doom. Many of the Shadrai have expressed their desire to lend more aid. Choose what you deem the most helpful for your campaign. Magma Spirits from Yaka, Tier 3 Elementals. Breastplate of the Champion, which is not bad. Tide Spirits, which makes people wet. Or a bunch of Imperium. I don't want these because my mana is currently at -2 thanks to this Imperial army. And I can't imagine a demon is going to take a lot of damage from fire. So I'm actually going to take the Breastplate of the Champion. Because we're going to get another one soon. And I can double down on these. Because they're pretty good. Old World is good. You like the Master of Magic remake? I haven't tried that. I don't know Master of Magic, I think, at all. Might and Magic, I know. But Master of Magic, I do not. Yeah, that's fine. Free City of Rampart. It's like this looks like an old tree of some sort. I don't know that. Maybe it's like a cursed tower. This is a golden ziggurat. Phoenixes. Where is my army of ethereal units? Whoa, okay. 2 mirror mimics, 2 astral keepers, and 2 astral wisps. I mean, I certainly won't say no. Maybe I could give them to Syndrin. I think I'm probably going to have to keep an army here. Yeah, I think that's what's going to have to happen. I mean, that's 6 units, but... Zephyr archers. Did all my archers just die? No, but they are trash. Altar of the Stars. Another free city. Yeah, it's funny how the free cities don't do anything when you own them, but every one of these free cities is probably going to spawn armies and attack me. Which is not great. You have stupid auto expansion on. I hate that that's on by default. I find it a very, very strange choice. Let's grab some mana. Farm, quarry. Mine. Ah. Just your hero for a cape with ice pads if you've unlocked it. The Cryomancer, I don't have the Cryomancer's cape yet. No, we haven't unlocked that one. We just got the the Earthshaker stuff with this build. Boop, 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 boop. This actually needs to join this army, which is going to confuse things quite a bit, but... let's put you here. Hopefully far enough away from those roads you won't get spotted. You can finally annex another city. I've cleared out this mine, so I tell you what. Let's go with, let's actually just go with a bunch of mana for now. Kill him, clear this monster den, sweep down, and take dominance. It's going to be the way to do this one. Oh, you're sending another army at me. Okay. I think one of these astral wisps we can just get rid of. We've unlocked Marching Winter, which is fantastic. I want to cast that like pretty much right away. I guess Duststorm. We've unlocked a Tranquility Pool. Don't ask me where. Here? Here. You're also on auto build, aren't you? You are. Wait a minute. Cha Plaisir. No. I don't want you being the lord of a city that we don't own. Don't do that. That's not good. That doesn't make sense. Excuse me very much. Steal this tower and do some scouting. This guy can fly, yeah? So I could actually use you as a scout if I wanted. I guess you're not invisible. Wet and freeze work good, same as lightning. Does wet increase the chance of freezing? I thought it just increased the damage you take from lightning. We gotta cast some spells. What am I doing? I want Marching Winter. Seed of Order. Alright, well, clearly I gotta deal with this dweeb right now. Fine with that. I didn't really want that guy anyway. Another 350 knowledge. Your ruler leveled up again. 20% damage against frozen units. I think just defense right now, maybe. Make sure he stays alive. Excellent. And we've unlocked the next tome, which is going to be Tyromancy. I think so, yeah. As much fun as it is to get things like adaptive armor. Huh. Doesn't it normally say like +1 plus or like 2 units, 3 units? I guess this is just for like everybody who's a frontline fighter. Or, you know what it is? It's actually probably, I don't have any shield, polearm, shock fighter, or skirmish units right now. I think I only have mages. We're going to take Tyromancy because, again, it's rock.
Ignore the middling mages who seek to raise the dead or harness lightning and fire to hurl at you. These fools know not the power resting beneath their own feet. But they will, in the final moments of their insignificant existences.
We'll take blow up mountains, because if I'm going to be honest, we could really do some crazy stuff with that. Cliss Shadowbiter. Plow in a bottle with a heavy crossbow. Perhaps once I have need of you. I don't really have a crossbow hero right now, so. Do we want to take dominance? It would give us the Temple of the Godeer. Like, I could take this as my 4th city. And then that's probably enough, if I'm going to be honest. Ooh, the upkeep on this spell is not small. 12 mana. Though it does give us a lot of good. Underground passage, slithering dens. I'll be able to get the spell that lets me nuke provinces as well. So if I start worrying about things like the order, seeds of order and all that stuff, we can just like shoot them down from orbit. All right, you guys are like 501. I tell you what, why don't we just slaughter this? Get some XP out of it. Lose my tier 1 troops. Helm of the Warrior. That's actually not bad. You're wearing Demoralizing Mask. I'd actually rather you have that Helm of the Warrior. Silver Dam gets another annex. Tranquility Pool is here. This is 20 knowledge, so actually if I go up and clear that out, it would be wise. And I'm certain there's other special improvements here I can build. Like the cryomancy stuff. Astrolonium can also grow a little bit more. These guys don't really have a lot of farms, so let's get those farmlands going. Also, that's like my last chance to really grab any extra area there. And we'll freeze Silver Dam first, but immediately set up another Merchant Winter. Rune Star has sent a war party. That's these guys. Alright. So, can we start recruiting some dudes here? What do you have? Mages. 22, 12, and 2. I'm gonna do Iron Golem and 2 Night Guards. And I'm gonna unlock teleporters. And then I'm gonna start building them. I'm gonna figure out where I want to build them, actually. I'm gonna replace this with a conduit, because I need the mana. That quarry is gonna become a teleporter. So I'll have that there. Units cost less gold to recruit. That's nice. I can easily make one of these quarries, probably this one, a teleporter. Yeah, and then actually if I take dominance, I could put a teleporter down here, and at least we then can zoop around our territory. Maybe I put the teleporter here on this mine instead, so it's a little between cities. I hate that AI doesn't do anything. That's such a bummer, such a disappointment. I do suppose we can freeze Dustwatch, and we could probably freeze Skull Pit as well, if we so chose. All right, that's his capital. Yeah? You just casually took this bastion into the mountain. How does he have a horse? How does he have a bastion with a horse? Bastions don't get nightmares. Is there a way to give a bastion mounts? If so, how do you do this? I've never seen this before. Is this just a graphical glitch? Because he's a shield unit. He is cavalry. He's also got this crazy hammer. Like, this looks like it's the Lord. Special mount racial option can turn certain units into cavalry. So it can turn industrial bastions into shield cav. That's crazy. I will also note that this unit has universal camouflage and there's no way it should have been seen. Like, oh, cities have sensing range? I thought universal camouflage protected against that, though. I guess not. I guess seeing them and sensing them is two different things. Now that I think about it, that kind of makes sense. I don't like it, but it kind of makes sense. What do we need over here? Magic attacks plus range. So I'm gonna actually build arcane battlements here right now. I'll have you move here. I'm gonna have you move here. What's under this food cart? Yeah. See what happens. What I want to do is I want to heal for a turn in our territory. I think he's going to attack me though. No. Oh, he just auto that. And then return. Perfect. This is my Zephyr Archer, which is going into this guy's army. It's going to be a bit of a walk. You guys are okay. You're building that farming guild. You're going to get a huge... This guy's going to like double his food population. 779. Yeah, all right. So I got to kill him so I can get access to a tranquility pool. I guess we might as well just give them as well for the free everything else. Killing momentum. Oops. Killing momentum. Staff of Radiance, poison darts. No, she doesn't really have anything I need. I am getting a lot of mana from the crypt here. This is the one good thing. A whispering stone has been returned. Skull pit is all the way. Other vassals. These guys are all at war with me. Inactive cities. Okay. Dominance is sending another war party. Higher. I mean, I could take Skull Pit and Dominance. This would give me Reaper's Hollow and Howling Castle. Maybe I actually should just do that. Keep an army here to defend. Okay. Target friendly city. That's dumb. All right, no bigs. We'll get it soon enough. It does start creeping out of my territory as well after a while, so. Let's get up here and clear this guy out. Move you guys over. Flash freeze we've unlocked. Tremor ritual I'm gonna get for sure. You got the farmer's guild, so your food just basically doubled. This will get me Dark Knights. Knowledge, mana. I do want teleporters. I do want teleporters. I think let's put it here. Get rid of this forester. Build a teleporter. And then I'll build a teleporter over here on this quarry. This is 20 mana. That's a zoop, a zoop. And then, yeah, if we put one here, like on this hut, probably is not a bad idea. That'd be able to get me all the way back down here. So I do need to look at unlocking another city slot if that's the case. Mage's Guild. 10 mana per conduit. Do the Dreadspire first. And how do you know if it's possible to disband a hero? I've never tried. Doesn't look like it. Actually, if you go into here, doesn't look like it. If you want a hero to be disbanded, I think the best plan is just send them by themselves into enemy territory. I've forgotten about this. When you do Marching Winter, mountains turn to provinces because they fill with snow. I actually totally forgot this was a thing. So like I can build a farm here now. Which is great.
Yeah.
All right, this should be also an auto battle. Yeah. Thing is, I'm so deep in my territory, I'm just like, well, I'm going to heal completely by the time I come out of here. Why waste the time fighting this? Lots of good options. I like how the music has just turned to snow. The sound of snow. It's very peaceful. Focus crystals. Ooh. Plus 10 gold, plus 10 knowledge. Rahahahili. Here, I was going to build more farms. I mean, I could just build another farm here. But I'm thinking about joining up a bunch of conduits and creating a central conduit space. These guys are attacking me again from this monster den, and this guy's also coming in this way. All right, so I have to fall back and kill these guys. Hopefully I can clear that out afterwards. You can annex another province. Ironically, this province is safe. So I'd rather you annex this way. because it also locks off whatever this is, which I didn't realize was a realm. Silver Dam. I love all these like mountain territories are now starting to pop up. This can only be a firm. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind you connecting with the capital either, but I feel like the capital needs room to grow, so they're probably going to eat all those spaces. So let's go this way then. We have a tranquility pool. We've leveled up on the ruler. I'm going to give him Sentinel this time, because he's back on having this like charge weapon, and I really truly think that first strike Sentinel on when you do 48 damage on an attack is just like crazy busted powerful. Empire development skill unlocked. Units gain universal camouflage in your domain. This is really good because the computer has a hard time dealing with it. City suffered no economic penalty under siege. All right, we got a couple of things to spend Imperium on at this point. Not found it either. I have a terrible hero on getting rid of him by letting him die as bad manners. I think, yeah, just strip all the equipment and send him on a death march. I think that's the only way to handle it, really. That's really cool seeing all the winter. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. He doesn't even build a quarry. He builds a hut. I mean, I'm going to burn this city to the ground. Yeah, I wasn't ready to do it yet. At least we move really fast on snow territory now as well. Can I launch this on a city I'm at war with? Because it says when I try to cast this on my vassal, it says I can cast it. My question here is basically, can I send a scout in and freeze a city before I come into combat? And the answer certainly looks like yes. I'm going to build an outrider and see what happens. Did I grab the other dudes as heroes? I have, yeah. The two we've killed so far, we have them as heroes. They're really stupid strong because they're all like level 16 when you get them. They're so strong, yeah. I kind of want to make an army at the end of just all of the heroes together. Pigs, goodbye. He's going to attack my conduits. 500, 600, 1,000. I'm going to give him a minute. I'm going to see if I can clear out this monster den so I can stop being attacked over here a million times a turn. I feel like that's maybe my best choice. I feel like that seems like an important idea. We do have the teleporter up, which is nice. Let's go with the town hall. Get access to some knights, some tier 3 stuff. You guys have unlocked that, which we looked at last turn. Tuskheim has sent a war party. Runestar's war party still hasn't shown up. Tuskheim's down here. You guys are pass and pass. Yeah. I'll attack the ads first and then the main base. So just think about using him as fodder and then sell his corpse to get the items out. I mean, I think that's it, right? Like if you've got a guy that you don't need anything to do with, you can just chuck him. Ridge Keep is into war party. Ooh, I suppose I could use this to get these night guards that I was thinking about recruiting down here. This would be cheaper for me. Oh, now this is also frozen over. Yeah, I got to deal with Duskwatch sooner than later. Gib those dudes. Take no damage. Move down. Give this worm. Who are very confusingly a combat. And then clear out this camp. I'm fine with that. It's worth the time. Mail of the Razorback. Tier 3 armor, defense, charge resistance, and quill hide. A locket of channeling. Eagle bow. You have all these things. I guess she would do well in that armor. And we'll give her the locket of channeling as well. All this snow is causing me some trouble. But at least these monsters are gone. I don't see anybody coming from Runestar. Why don't I just move this army back to deal with them? In fact, you can even take the teleporter we just built. Fantastic. And you're going to get frost weapons. And you are going to sail down and try to see if you can spot dominance and cast this spell on it. And what are you going to do? Great question. You could boost off of nearby mines. Knowledge and gold. I think I'm going to throw the shrine in here just to keep our mana up. It's cool how the border corruption is nice in this game and Warhammer 3 is still struggling. Warhammer 3 is far from struggling. It's like... This is so clean compared to Warhammer 3, which is literally block squares in a like a zipper pattern. I love that he looks like a hedonistic Valencia orangutan with his short legs and long arms. It's a vibe. Now this I do need to fight. I do think so. We get the iron golem in here too because of the mine, which is kind of cool. So we actually get 2 golems. Chili boys. And she is also a melee hero, so let's move her up. And then we have the 1-2 frost combo. Sunder. Did I spot a 3rd iron golem in this fight? I'm a little confused, but I won't complain. Freeze. Resisted. Let's go Reckless Rage. And then hit him for lots of damage. Lots and lots of damage. In fact, I might be able to get the kill here. Yeah, if it gets rid of him that early, I'm willing to take that. You guys probably do Giant Slayer? No. Refuged. Oh, they're the ones that go invulnerable and stun. I got lots of mana, so let's zap those archers. And see how we roll. It's a vibe. Big vibe. Nerd, how was... I saw you guys were playing the new Starship Trooper game. How is it? I really, really want to check that out. It looks like... I just love those Left 4 Dead style games. I find them so much fun. Oh my god, the Berserk is so frustrating. Like, great, you're attacking things I want you to attack, but like, man, I wish I could be in charge of it. Well, you can kill him, but so can you. And if you kill him, you have a pretty good charge here. $23 with that, 35 with the draining blade. I do like the draining blade on a triple hit hero. It's like it gives you a free charge. Meteor strike. All right, and then this dude is spanked. Stop going invincible. It's very frustrating. Get back here. Give that up. Give that up right now. It's pretty dope. Super early access. No, I haven't asked for a key for it. I haven't seen it on any of the key sites. Not to say it isn't there, just that I haven't seen it. This is my Zephyr Archer, so he's meant to be coming down this way. And I guess, actually, this way is now directly to Dominance. Because that's where all my dudes are going to go. Though they would like a heal before they attack a city. One turn of healing, I will give that to them. And then I can probably meet up here in the middle. Nice, and we just got Tremor, so we can also siege. Very effectively. You guys got a mint. I'll take a Masonic Hall. You're gonna wait. You're gonna cruise. I'm still not in view. Remains of Kanye have been collected. Kanye Shadowbiter. It's on terminals. Oh, wow. Okay, I can get that for sure then. I must be blind. And Cha Plazur, which is over here. All right, so... Sure, I need... That guy's coming in? Yeah. That'll be fine. Honestly, if she has 2 spears and an iron golem, I think she shouldn't have any trouble defending this city. The big issue is with Duskwatch here, and how do I get rid of them? Or how do I get rid of them relatively easily? All right, so the first thing I want to do, does this work? Can I cast Marching Winter? No. So it says target is not visible if it's hidden. If it's an allied city, it says it's a friendly city and you can cast it. But then when you try to cast it, you have to go to war. And then if you go to war, you can't cast it anymore. Absolute peak nonsense. This guy's probably spotted by this city now as well. We got focus crystals. Where did we get focus crystals from? Oh, probably down here. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely want to take over Skull Pit, so 340. I can start integrating him next turn. Merge these armies, and then just they can chill out in the city. You've built a shrine. Let's go with... Ogre's Keep. Ooh, haste berries. We have all these wonders and stuff we also need to start clearing out. Let's just go with the library right now. Get a little extra boost. And boy. I mean, I could flatten all of these mountains. No problem. Right? And then I could build something fun back here. Yeah, like this is 3 mana per ice or snow province. This is 3 knowledge and ice touch, which is good. Though I feel like School of Cryomancy is the better choice here. I don't want to waste my Imperium because I kind of need it for other things right now. So let's just build a mana obelisk. You're ready to annex another province. I will put a farm in the hills. Weird choice that it might be. Hi. Cruising. So you got 5 and 6, 600, 700 point armies. You got a few of them. I definitely need to intercept. All right, so this army is actually good. It has too many units in it, though. It needs to not have this many witches. It would be great if I gave it probably an iron golem. Yeah, this is all ranged units right now. And this is like all support users. I don't have any frontline units in my armies whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. How could this possibly go wrong? I did just unlock Dark Knights. You know what? Let's get some of them going. They'd be a good choice. You're out of money. You're going to fly down here. And I am in a position where I can integrate Skull Pit. My big concern is that I won't have any army down here. But I can start freezing immediately if I do it. Do I want dominance then? I mean, I kind of do. I think we can hold on Skull Pit. Right now, it's a good buffer state. You know, it's not like vassals can actually do anything. So we can take dominance, make this our city, and freeze this. Also get us a teleporter down here. And then we can grab Skull Pit after. I shouldn't be in a rush on that, honestly. Clearly, this demon guy is the guy with the Gilder Coil. I guess also he's the only one I haven't been able to, like, scry on, so... Does kind of make sense. Oh, you focus crystals here. Veil of Darkness, Universal Camouflage. Tier 4 books. Tome of the Crucible. That doesn't really sound like us. Tome of the Golden Realm. That also doesn't super sound like us. Tome of Oblivion does, though. It allows us to inflict insanity and get Mind Crush. Ooh, that's nice. Does everybody get that? Target non-hero unit dies and comes back with insanity. At the start of each battle, there's a 90% chance of becoming stunned for 2 turns. Living Fog is a tier 4 ethereal fighter, which would be quite nice. He also does a little bit of frost damage with Mind Strike. Devouring Void is a super fun spell. And then Fog of Insanity is just the best defensive spell imaginable. I wish we could get Mind Crush for, like, as an enhancement spell. Enchantment spell? I am going to get this, though. Especially because the Fog of Insanity on our one, like, defensive settlement would be really good.
Opposite of life. The end is part of the journey.
Root of Shadow. This little guy's trying to do a scout still. Did I manage to rescue the siren yesterday? We did. We did. Well, rescue. I mean, kill the siren, I guess. It's maybe a little bit more accurate. We did beat the campaign at the end of yesterday. I'm going to put a quarry here, but I'm going to immediately put the School of Cryomancy on top of it instead. Because it's going to be every single thing around that is snow right now. These dudes have also gained... No, they just have production. Knowledge and gold is not bad. I guess let's get that. Ballista towers would also not be bad, considering it's meant to be defensive. It's really funny, though, because all of the snow I'm creating is making it so they can't defend this. Like, you could just walk over the mountains now. Which was not the original intention here. Alter to Arctic terrain. Is that different than snow? Yes. Suffers frost damage. Status resistance. What happens here? What does Arctic terrain add? Snow. Okay. Yeah, it's the same thing. I was just curious. I thought it probably wasn't any different, but... Alright, this guy's crushed. My autos are starting to be a bit meaner in how much damage I take. Which is slowing me down. We may want to consider building another army. And like by that, I mean, like, we definitely want to consider building another army. I don't necessarily feel like I need you here anymore because I'm not being threatened. It keeps saying they're sending armies, but they're clearly not. And we've got the entire territory surrounded in snow. This is looking so cool also, just for the record. So they heal, she comes over, we can all move down here together. Was she evil? The siren? She was evil, yeah. She was an evil siren. No good. Up to no good. Trouble. Do I take this out? I'm just gonna leave it right now. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave that right now. Keep exploring in other directions. We'll go with the estate hall here for some food. I don't know what's going on down here. The free city of Stag Spear. This guy looks awesome. What a good looking orc. He's like that orc in the Skyrim splash art that makes you always want to play an orc berserker. Runestar is sending a war party. It says again, but I don't know that that's true. I think one is for friendly cities and the other can be cast on any node. Yeah. The Marching Winter is you cast on your cities, and then the other one that I just cast there, you can cast that kind of anywhere. Astrolonium's ready to annex another province. I can go there, but I think I need to cut these dweebs out. For now. For now, I'm going to go that way. Pass. Sail into the hills. Garden of Bliss. Cute. You guys are ready to build more. Oh, this is quite nice. It's 10 mana, but then it's also 18 mana. 28 mana. That's a really good deal. I'm starting to feel better. about how much mana we have. Which is great because I want to cast spells constantly. Like blowing up mountains is very fun. I like doing it. We also we get bonuses for being in rocky terrain because we're rock people. We're cold, rocky dudes. Oh, this is very polite. Look, they've decided to leave the confines of their well-defended city and attack us out in the open with no army. Just absolutely rolling over for me. Ah, I can even attack this guy who's also outside the city. There's a lot of knowledge we just gained. And we can start the siege. Let's see. If I do a tremor ritual, it destroys everything. I don't have enough money to do bolt repeaters, but 2 turns until the breach. Damn. If I had 1 extra siege slot and a bit of money. Actually, if I just had a bit of money. If I had like 260 gold, I could add enough to just take it in 1 turn. I'm okay with this. You're not going to have much of a chance there. We've unlocked Summon Living Fog. I love Devouring Void. Let's get that spell next. You're going to zoom down this way. You're going to get another level, which we're going to give you Defense 3. He's coming along. He's level 11 now. Dominance is sent to War Party. Yeah, I would disagree with that. I don't know that I'd agree with that statement. Okay. We have the extra slot here. We have the Imperium to turn the city over immediately. This is good. You made a wizard's tower. I guess the Room of Recall is not a bad choice because it allows me to emergency deal with, say, like a flank attack. And I'm honestly just going to leave the Dark Knights up here until this teleporter, I think, is made. Well, you know what? I say that. I bet they can get down there in like 2, maybe 3 turns tops. And that's going to be... Yeah, look at that. 2 turns. Wow. That is a lot of distance. There's a watchtower here I could steal. It is crazy how much territory you reclaim from winter. It's absolutely bonkers. Mix that in with just blowing things up. It's even more bonkers. Your armies regenerate 10 HP per turn in hostile domain. Damn, if I didn't need all my Imperium right now, that would be really useful. Do I need all my Imperium right now? It's only 200 to flip a city. I'm gonna have 250 next turn. Let's take that. This will make this siege even easier. I don't even know that I'll have to fight it now. I absolutely don't have to fight this. Unless it screws me. It does not screw me. So we're gonna migrate these guys to Icebjorns. All is ice. Can I cast Marching Winter on this city yet? No. This guy's built a Root of Chaos, so he now has the Root of Chaos and the Seed of Chaos down here. So I'm in need of a scout over here that will allow me to snipe those cities. And I do need the spell that is Snipe City. Just get fortifications right now. Okay. Sure. We got a bunch of stuff built. We're doing pretty good on mana again. Let's go with an estate hall. And you're out of money. Bellamore Shadowbiter has been captured. He has Tier 2 Staff Decay. He doesn't really have anything worth keeping. And Alwyn Shadowbiter has gone into the crypt. Same items. And you've unlocked... Your units regenerate an extra 1 HP per 2 move points they have remaining at the end of your turn. So this mixed with that means I can actually recruit huge amounts of HP in enemy territory if I just stay still. That's kind of worth noting. I'm going to try to snipe this tower if I'm allowed. I don't think I will be, but I want to see if it works. Well, at least we're making some damn progress now all of a sudden. Root of order. You need to get rid of one of those witches. You're a good army all the way through and through, I think. I could replace these guys with knights. This frostling is what I need to get rid of. Everybody stay put a minute. You're going to snipe that and then go right back up into these hills. You've made a room of recall. The academy is an okay idea there, but I think I'm probably better off putting the money maybe in other cities. School of Cryomancy there is going to do a lot again. Oh, this guy's expanded. I'll tell you what. I'm going to build a farm here so that they can touch borders. In case we can get any boosts from that. This guy gets bonuses from adjacent quarries. So I'm going to put him up there. And we can slowly quarry around him. King of Mornheim, thank you for the tier 1 sub, my dude. Much appreciated. Love the brand new sub coming in. I hope you're doing well. I hope you've been enjoying the Age of Wonders. This is really cool, man, with all this ice. I'm in love with the look of this right now. And the fact that it just keeps expanding, like Runestar is almost completely under ice. Chapel Soar is getting encroached on. This is one more turn. Crushing Earth. All right, we got to pick a new tome. I really don't see it being Golden Realm. I guess I could take Crucible. It's a lot of fire. This does have Destroy Province. I love Meteor Shower, and like Meteor Arrows isn't bad. Tome of the Reaper I don't want. Can I even get a tier 5 tome? With the affinities I have? It's a good question. Tome of Teleportation is not a terrible idea. I could use a lot of these. It would also give me the chrono gates. Grants evasion to visiting armies until their next combat. Cool. Like, this is the rock, and we are geomancers. I think I have to go with this. Adjacent mine. Meteor strike. I can pick up pyroclastic eruption. I can pick up fortified crucible. I can pick up most of these, honestly. It's okay.
It's not magma.
I do want pyroclasmic eruption. You know, while our dude is like freezing cold, he still has this like magma pauldron. He still is a geomancer, technically. I have kept up the good work. Keep up the good work. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. What is underground here? I feel like we haven't done any undergrounding at all. I also feel like I haven't seen like any cities underground. All right, well, look, we go this way. We can start doing the ritual circles. I really don't know how we're going to get to this. But if she's here and he's there, he's obviously the one with the Gilder coil. And this is all just free cities, so I don't have to worry about that. All right, maybe a monolith. Maybe just sit on your money for a turn, actually. Spelljammer right here. So this is the other thing I need to kind of like keep a scout on, is like where the seeds are. And where the spelljammers related to those seeds are. This is why I'm picking up the pyroclasm spell, is so that I can nuke these from outer space. But I can't do that if they have a spelljammer right next to them. If they have a spelljammer in the province at all, actually. All right, we got ourselves a new city. What we don't have are any heroes to work it. Bognor. A couple Icebjorn here we could get. Get an archer. That wouldn't actually be too bad. Governor City gained 30 food. That also wouldn't be too bad. Unstable. Upon sustaining damage, this unit teleports to a random location, but has minus 40 HP. That's kind of fun. You have Brutal and Afflictor? Wow. Okay. And you have Chaos Adept. Like, why does this guy have Order and Materium? Oh, because he's taken... I mean, Materium, actually, I understand. Order, I don't. But now I see it's from the hero skill. All right, well, I don't have the money for another hero right now anyway. Silver Tongues acquired. Marching Winter is ready to go. So let's get frosty. Now, if I'm going to be honest, I could probably move her over here instead. And we can start making something stupid. Claim. Oasis, 10 food. I lost a bunch of population from killing everybody in this province, so I need to build back 2 before I can do anything. That sucks. That's annoying. All right, well, I'm going to grab that and I'm going to put a teleporter here next turn. You will heal in ally territory. You'll also heal in enemy territory, actually, so. You're going to go there, and I guess you're going to keep spying over this way. All right, let's build one of those. Requires 2 farms to build in the State Hall. What do you have here? Quarries that can be huts. Mines. This mine could be a farm. That could be a farm. Like, dude, I appreciate you building all these research posts, but you're gonna need some food. I'm gonna be quite honest. We'll build a mint here in the meantime. And you can annex another province. You can't annex in this way, though, can you? Because it's too far away. You need to be built up. Oh, you can't annex anything. Unless I was to blow up these mountains. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or I guess I could blow up these mountains. No, they're too far away. Bada bing. That's one way to expand your empire. It's not a good way to do it, but it's one way. My God, everything is just so... Like, this was all, like, deep mountains. Now they're just little tiny peaks poking out. It is amazing how much this spell changes the map. It changes, like, the entire way that I think about everything. I can't believe this guy just stole that and put a hut there. Oh, gremlin. I want a teleporter down here, dude. I need a teleporter down here. He's trying to send somebody towards me. So we better hide in these hills as much as we can. All right, ritual circles there, and here. We might as well march on Pyre first. And blow that city up. And then just keep cruising. Now, a good question is like, what kind of guild do you want? You have such a weird collection of things up here. That give me some extra mana, but I don't know that that's what I need. I don't really think I need to build anything in here right now. Tuskheim is sending a war party. They might actually be sending a war party. We got another Dark Knight. Do I have enough? Manual expansion. Track population. I guess let's build it here. I'd much rather that be done first. They can start marching down in the meantime. All right. We're going to head this way. I'm going to see if I can just take Pyre super fast. Keep an eye on these dweebs. They're mostly Shock Knights. So they might not be too bad. I'm going to build artisanal fortifications here. Just in case. And I'm definitely going to build this ritual mausoleum because it gives me 30 mana a turn. Yeah, look at this guy. Somehow he sees me up here. Whoa. Warbreed. Look at the size of this rat. This is one of the coolest units I've seen. He's like this massive hulking rat shock unit, tier 4 shock unit with a frosty axe. Reveler's Heart, Scion of Flame. And he's a Whiteborn? Wow, whoa. Whiteborn, Spawnkin, Scion of Flame, Reveler's Heart, Joy Siphoner's Frostling Transformation. That is not a unit to mess with. Yeesh. All right. I guess these will just vassalize? Part of me is like, should I just burn these cities to the ground? But I guess as vassals, they still provide me with income, even if I can't absorb them. There are still bonuses to be had. All right. You're bringing down knights. Yeah. You got to keep making troops for me, dude. Get out of those trees. Get out of that mountain. You're not catching me down here. I can fly. You'll never catch me. I mean, it's a bit of knowledge. Why not? He's probably going to attack me here outside the city. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe, maybe not. This dude is trying to come up and attack me from Tuskeim. That's hilarious. All right, what do we got for siege projects? Tremor Ritual is the obvious choice. I have a lot of mana. I should probably start spending it on something. If I can get at least one more here. Half the unit's tower units are destroyed. All towers are destroyed. Okay, well, that doesn't do much for me then. No support defense structures. Combat towers, battlements, and additional wall obstacles. This just kind of does everything, is the problem. Look, all I really want is the +1 damage, so it breaches in 3 turns. So I'm going to let them take that. Let it be. Sorry, you also need to keep coming down here. I don't know why I told you to stop. Now. Steiga Court. Another free city. Man, it is really hard to select these guys sometimes in the mountains. Let me tell you. 8 or 9 clicks later, you finally figure out where they are. Dark Forge, nah. You know what? I suppose something like the blacksmith, if I can start getting my draft up in my capital, that's probably the best idea. And then I suppose I could just start using mana on things like, I mean, we could just go with Living Fogs. Snow Spirits are also pretty cheap. I mean, they're tier 3, so like it's... I guess you got to think about like, what am I really replacing here? Night guards. With skirmishers. That could work. It could work. I mean, what if I also just freeze their province? Like, part of me is just like, let's just spam spells that do lots of damage on them. Hit them with blizzards. That's really what I should be using my mana on. Hit this guy with something to slow him down. Freeze the map. You've neglected the populace of dominance. Now crime has risen to an all-time high. Pickpockets roam the streets and thugs raid the houses. Look how cool our dude looks. Shopkeepers have resorted in paying gangs for protection, but this has led to conflict between city districts. It won't be long before the city falls into rioting and anarchy. Call in support. Lose gold and draft from my capital. Slaughter a bunch of people. I have no time for this. It's not that bad. Minus 40. Get over yourself. Well, we can build a building here as well that stops it from being allowed to break free. That is a power that we have. And I'm just going to nuke this guy with spell after spell right now. I think that's the right thing to do. We'll have you fly the wide way around. I mean, I guess I could just go down and crush him really quickly. Especially if we have 2 turns until this breach hits. Why not just do that? I mean, why not just do that? We'll go with the ritual mausoleum here for that 30 mana. You can annex another province. Blood Wildaka, Wild Warclaw has been captured. He's got a Horn of Plenty. He's got a Giant's Bane. A Giant Slayer deals 40% against creatures with large target. 60% chance of applying burning, bleeding, poisoned. Cool, I've never seen this one before. You can stay in there for now. My crypts are getting very full. But that's okay. We're also successfully progressing across the map quite nicely. So I guess the Night Guard I'm gonna phase out of here. No, I need one of these White Witches gone. Boy, and then probably actually one of those archers. She's a melee hero. This army is really weird for me. And also these guys cost, I didn't realize these guys cost 3 Imperium. But I don't know, it's also like a fun little astral army. I can just keep an army behind. Ooh, Fog of Insanity. Excellent. We'll start casting that. Debuff spell. Damage debuff spell. Sure. Cast this over here especially will be powerful. You're gonna fly this way. You're gonna make a blacksmith. I want to get my draft up here, so Overlord's Tower. I watched some pieces of yesterday's stream, and did you rescue the siren? We rescued like the hero who was trapped in the prison by the siren, if that's what you mean. But the siren themselves is like a bad guy. So we just killed them. I can't really expand this city out anymore. Not unless I clear that forge, which I would like to do. I guess once I take this, I could teleport back, quickly clean that up. I could even wipe out Duskwatch while I'm at it. What are you giving me? Not that much. I've unlocked Spying Shadows. Reveal the entire map and gain infinite sensing range. I've also unlocked unit upkeep is reduced by 10%. Both of these are very good. We got one more turn here. I can't remember if reveal the entire map also means you can nuke things. I don't think it does. I think you still need scouts. This is Silverdam. With the Arcane Institute. Can never use too much knowledge. All right, my teleporter is built. We can get some farms going here now too. Fog of Insanity is ready. I'm going to cast that over here. Wreathe this province in fog. And if I'm going to be honest, I think we're going to cast that again. It costs 20 upkeep, which is a lot. But I just kind of want it on my two frontline cities. Everything else should be safe. That's a bold play. I guess he didn't really have a choice. Where does he keep getting these armies of 6 from? Nonsense. Ludicrous. Warclaw. Yeah, more trash. Heroes, spell ready, Fog of Insanity. I'm going to cast that here. Thank you. And then we are ready for this attack. The flip being, if I attack him there. Oh, it doesn't actually include that guy, does it? Oh, well then that's fine. We can just win that. Let's fight it. We haven't done a siege in a pretty long time here. We haven't done a battle in a pretty long time, it feels like. And if I'm losing a Dark Knight for it, that feels pretty gross. Bleeding? Oh, there's caltrops all over the ground. Oh, wow. I think that's the first time I've ever seen caltrops actually get used. Let's hit this guy with a Sundering Curse. The only dude on this side of the map. We could bring in some mimics. Lightning Blast. What does this do? Grants static charge for 3 turns. And 25 temp HP. Okay, well, that's not the worst. You guys can start moving in. You're my hero. The Zephyrs. The Casters. These are all Shock Zerkers. So, like, maybe I actually bring in my Wall of Spears that way. And I could, like, teleport over the wall or something. Let's give that a shot. It's crazy how this army really doesn't have any buff spells. $55 on that critical hit. Love that. Zephyrs. Do a couple opening shots. This guy's got a pretty good chance of freezing someone solid. He can really only do that attack once he's in there. This does 35 mixed damage or 26 on a draining blade. Okay. What worries me is like these guys getting in if I don't do something about them. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to Sunder and Curse that guy to lower his resistances, and then I'm going to freeze him.
Yeah.
You guys got to get out of the way if I'm going to do that. Perfect. Now this other dweeb can't get in there. And we actually do bonus damage to frozen units too, so that works out well. I could Quake, but it would just destroy a bunch of stuff, and I don't think it would be helpful. I'm going to shield wall with you just because you're low HP. And then we're going to have to figure out how exactly we want to kill these other dudes. I think demon stepping up there. And then maybe hitting that guy with a wand of poison darts. No. A good effort, but wow, that was a brutal critical hit. This dude did not mess around. I should have sundered him. I should have sundered and froze him to make sure that we would be able to nuke him without trouble. All right, you're going to zap. You're going to go in here, flank him. You're going to come in here and flank him. You're going to zap. That better kill him. He's got steadfast. That's why he's not dying. I hate steadfast. Just the worst spell. This is a pretty good shot. The range on this is really good. Even though it grazes, it still gives him regeneration. Who? Let's see. Ice shackles. We have all sorts of spells now. A lot of which cost a lot of money. Freeze him, and he's not going anywhere. Oh, you resisted it. 90% chance. All right, the berserks are out of control. He can't get through, so he berserked his own dude. But he's got steadfast, so he's taking no damage. You're healed, okay. And free from your frozen. You guys are berserking. You guys are berserking. All right. All right. This guy is kind of tough. See if we can get some damage on him. Let him counter against the shield so that the Night Guard don't get slaughtered. He's got steadfast again, so he's at 1 HP. Goddamn steadfast. Absolute bane of my existence right now. If this Dark Knight can go in all the way here and just flank for big damage. This guy's already gone. And he has terrible shots on everybody. This guy got steadfast too? Let's move in here with you and then just maybe take a shot at him. Just a little tap. You're for sure ready to die. All right. About time. All these guys can start spooky spacewalking up this way. This guy can just... You're steadfast, okay. Let's go with that, maybe. Get rid of his regeneration at the very least. You're stuck, you're stuck. Just gonna frost shackle them for now. This guy attacks my iron golem in the distance. You run up, you attack my knight. Hopefully the counter here kills you. Oh no, cancel retaliation, of course. Whoa, okay. Looks like my knight is dying no matter how I play this. I really misestimated steadfast on berserkers. I think that's the safe thing to take away from this. That steadfast is way more of a pain in the ass than I thought it was. You can't hit anybody. 50% maybe. That's a nuke. That's a kill. But I'd kind of rather you charge this guy. So I'm sure my archers can take care of him. And then you can come in and flank him for huge damage. Yes. Critted. Nice. All right. Well, I guess I got that extra horse right here. And this, I'm just going to, what? Burn down? It's $1,000 if I raise it. Nimue was bad god, Elia was imprisoned siren. Yeah, so she turns out to be the narrator. Is this, kind of like the end of that storyline. The one who's like, hello, welcome to Age of Wonders. And it's like really, really breathy on everything. I thought they were both sirens, if I'm going to be honest. Now that I think about it. Because Nimue's whole thing was about drowning everybody. I'm just going to vassalize this stuff. There's not really any point in me trying to take it. Are you going to screw me if I do this? No. All right, another 450 knowledge. At least we get crazy, crazy knowledge every time we kill somebody. This is the one really good thing we got going on. We have frozen rats over here. Undead frozen rats. Gleeful miscreants. It's another one of these dudes. Pop them out of the teleporter. I guess let's keep making more of them. Production here. We can throw in an Arcane Institute. You've leveled up. I'll give you meteor strikes. Maybe not, actually. What would be good on you? Chance to immobilize is nice. Also, Demolisher is nice. Yeah, let's give you lead blows. Another one of these moles has been captured. This one has an orb of seeing, which is kind of neat. Otherwise, not a lot. Oh man, I can't believe how much of this map we still have left to conquer. Ooh, oh, also, she conquered that vassal. Ha ha. Good to know. Ooh, all right. Tier 5. Tome of the Creator. Call the Titan of Earth. This is the combat summon spell that summons an Earth Titan. This one is really fun. We can create Earth Shatter engines. At the start of battle, gain Earth Shatter engines. Siegecraft units with short range area of effects that can destroy obstacles. Okay. Tectonic Shatter, which is just a damage spell. And Eternal Earth grants elementals undying. I mean, that's not bad. The other option is the Tome of the Eternal Lord. Sustain frost damage. Chance of becoming blind, chance of becoming weakened. For each turn for 3 turns. Raise undead army. I mean, this isn't not really us. True death magic. Chance of inflicting mark for death. And battlefield reanimation. Eternal one. This is the one that allows your heroes to come back to life. Heart of Shadow. Soul Harvest. Oh, Ancient of Earth. I love Ancient of Earth. I'm going to take this, the Tome of the Creator. I think it's the more appropriate thing for us. Mostly because I don't want souls. I don't want the taint of the undead in here.
Stand above the world, raising and toppling lands at a whim and harnessing the primordial forces of creation.
Titan of Earth. Now, I have a question. The only win condition is these, right? Like, can I still just win a magic victory and win the game? I guess you probably can. Materium damage spells deal 20 physical damage. I mean, that's pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie. That'd be Lava Burst. Would do 60 damage to all targets in a 2 hex radius. Rock Blast is a 50. 60 damage. Yeah, I guess Lava Burst would be a massive nuke if I built that. Materium damage spell. Yeah, even though it does fire damage, it would still count. Materium spells are caster, cheaper, cost less knowledge. I don't know. I feel like there's better stuff for us to be building right now. And it still feels like Farmers Guild is the best thing you can always build in a city, because it's just so much food, and that means so much of everything. Quiffjorn and Stag Spear. Everybody's sending war parties. I guess one of the issues here is I can't turn all this territory into snow now. I mean, if I took like Tuskheim as a city, I could. But I have to be like tactical on this. That's quite the question. I mean, I want everything to be snow. And I have to kill this shrine if I want her to die. Is there like an underway down here? There's literally no way through here. I think I got map RNG'd. Again. What about transmuting a lot of mana to other resources? I could do that. We don't have the transmute spell. But I guess we can start picking up other books now. Chiefess Lima of Tuskeim appeals to your honor regarding her deceased hero Gore in your crypt. The feud between Tuskeim and your empire has been relentless. We grieve for the fallen Gore Warclaw. Sign of your benevolence if you honored his death and returned him to us. I mean, it's not like you said we'll stop being at war with you if we do this. So, yeah. It's kind of my concern. These guys are going to replace that spearman. And more on rune. Okay, good. What's funny is this guy can't even clearly leave his city very well because he's got all these monsters roaming around. Brigand camp. Somebody cast the brigand camp spell on me and blew up my conduit and made a brigand camp. How dare they? Also, where are they? How did somebody get in there to do that? This is a chaos spell. And I just don't understand how they have a scout unit in here that can see that province. Maybe I gotta start thinking about spell jammers. Spell pajamas. Better idea to have a mages guild and conduits everywhere. I mean, I'm not really having a mana problem is the thing. I mean, on that note though, I will build a conduit right here. This game is so cool and I'm not talking about the ambient temperature of your empire. Our snowy volcano? The most confusing terrain imaginable? Hi. Thank you for sacrificing you into my crypt. I appreciate that. Thank you for giving me a turn's worth of knowledge for free. I guess you're gonna go out and you can go there. We're gonna sit here and we're gonna heal another turn because I gotta deal with them. And this dude is gonna go up to there. You're getting harder and harder to defeat. Yeah, keep going there. You're gonna keep going there. Maddo Moneyer has been captured. Pike has been released as a vassal. Pike Pyre, I mean. Interesting. Why can I not give it free? Why can I not give Whispering Stones to Duskwatch? I vassalized it in the exact same way that I vassalized this city. Maybe because this was a capital? And that always was a free city? Sometimes things aren't clear. It's this map, it's bonkers, yeah. I can see that. I can definitely see that. Titan of the Earth. That's going to be fun. If I build that route and I cast Meteor Shower, does it add an extra 20 damage to every meteor? I think it does. Imperial Essence. Plus 10 Imperium. Because we've unlocked Haste Berries down here. Now, these guys are not even... I was going to cast a spell to make these guys weaker, and then I'm realizing I absolutely 100% do not have to. I'll take a tier 4 Chaos Eater. Absolutely. You know what, man? You're going to go in that city too. Ma'am. And then this is another... Everything is basically auto combat with this army at this point. As long as we heal up between fights. Ooh, an arc fire orb. These are really fun. I might actually put that on my wizard guy. As you come out to Atque, a gremlin emerges from the closest infernal rift, and the cultists have summoned... You call us my master? Yes, yes. Having heard your case, the gremlin shakes its head, giggling. Silly wizard, demon contracts are not for trades. No, no. It mockingly jumps from leg to leg in a twitchy manner. But I can throw you a burning rock. 1, 2, and it bites. It's clear that nothing of use can come from talking to the gremlin. That's 17-17. This is 9 and 9, but multiple shots. But I gotta be honest, I kind of like this more. I would get to give him a pony, which is fun. But is it worth it? Absolutely not. Keep him with the Staff of Decay. All right, next one is over here. But we're kind of stuck for a minute. You can keep coming down. You can keep going up. You can level up to level 10. You're level 13. Have I had this unlocked for 3 levels and just not done it? That's embarrassing. Whoopsie. I'm going to give him Reckless Rage, honestly. It's fun to have him as a berserker. And now I'm going to give him Ancient on Earth, so he's going to gain an extra 30% on all attacks. And he's going to become big. He actually really did not grow that much. He's still pretty small. Played a game where I only focused on the Astral Tomes. That's quite an OP ascension. Yeah, the very first game we played, we did Astral and we dipped a little bit into Cold. But I really liked playing as Pure Magic. Oh yeah, we can have another hero. We should probably do this. It's probably not a bad idea. If I took you, I could also get some chaos stuff unlocked. And I kind of like the idea of having an archer. What do you got? Put you on a nightmare. Give you a chest plate of vitality. A mask of precision. You already have a tier 2 bow. Eagle bow is probably better though. Well, and actually I don't have a lot of things in those. So let's head on over to the prison. Darts. Wet bottles. Darts. Horn of Plenty. That's not a bad one. Eye of Seeing. Can't imagine a situation where I want to cast darts. Cloud in a bottle, though. I can't imagine a few situations where I'd want to cast that. Where is that character? There she is. Can you imagine if we had allies that we could sell stuff to? How rich would I be? All right. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go here. What's this? Temple of Tome. Blessed Souls. Okay. I guess I don't have to do this lady's quest. I could just kill her city, which I'm like en route to do. That's probably what we're gonna do. Have fun with a realm that allows you to cast infinite spells per combat. Oh my god, I haven't seen that one yet. That's bonkers. I love it. That is a very fun, foolish idea. I'm gonna put quarries up here to, because the golem mine and the central quarry both boost off of them. Both boost off of them. Overlord's Tower to make sure that you don't break off. Nothing. Dominance can annex. So I'm going to let it keep taking farms, probably. Let's go this way and make sure he doesn't go for the Temple of Godir. Astrolonium can annex, but you can't really unless I start blowing up mountains. And actually, I think they're out of range. They are. You can't get these until I let you take the Slag Smelter Forge. I should send somebody back to do that. And also to do this. I think we'll take a plan to get those. We can also grab Reaper's Hollow. There's a bunch of these we can do. As a Wizard King, you've seen the Astral Void and memories of it haunt you. Look how crazy we're starting to look. Even now you find your mind drifting back, haunted by the lonesome centuries spent floating in the vast nothingness of the void, where monstrous voices from your past twisted and distorted your deepest convictions. You saw visions of a grim future riddled by loss and insanity. More than once you felt your soul dissolve. What preserved you? Man, honestly, I think Imperium. And I think I'm going to take this upkeep reduction. And then in 100 points, we're going to take global map. Waha. Wow, Luigi. You're going that way. You're going that way. All right. I don't know why you won't do it, but golden layer here. Hey, a Masonic Hall we can finally build. Let's go for that. So, like, there's a part of me that's literally like, what if I just summoned an army of nothing but snow spirits and just, like, started, like, what if I made, like, 3 entire stacks of snow spirits? They'd cost 120 mana each. So I'd need a little bit of extra mana to upkeep it, but I could just, like, send them all together in a horde and let them smash their way through whatever they wanted. such as these cities, because also she is taking all of these cities. I'm going to do it. I'm going to start summoning snow spirits every single turn until we have an entire army of snow spirits. Being able to summon 2 full stacks within a turn or 2 makes the whole game feel quite trivial. I mean, I don't think, if I'm going to be honest, I don't think the game is all that hard right now. It has its challenges, and it definitely has a degree of shenanigans you have to face on somewhat the regular. But once you get rolling, it really seems to just like pick up steam. Especially once you're moving around with like 3 armies at once. Let's not do that. Like, I don't think this build I'm using right now is particularly good, if I'm gonna be honest. But it's still doing fine. Woof. Quite get into a proper position here. I want to make sure these mages don't get killed here. We have a lot of big guys. No need to lose any of them, I don't think. We'll cast that on you. You guys don't really get spells. All right, so this is where I start looking at things like call Titan of the Earth for 200 mana. There's pretty much no reason for me not to bring this guy into every fight almost right away. So we have Evokers and we have Watchers. Let's go for the guy in the back, because everyone else is going to be a little bit easier to hit. Then we'll heavy charge you. And I think then we'll get in there and we'll just crush him. 73 damage? Yikes. And he is killing momentum now. So I got a question. If I cast Reckless Ridge, what's that going to make you do? 78 damage. Almost enough. I could nuke this entire pocket. But there's probably other ways I can go about that. Like I could just hit it with a Sundering Curse from here. Lightning Evocation? That's the one I wanted. Chain Lightning. Okay, you move here and you can zap him. Chaos Mage can start moving up, maybe. Still can't really hit anybody. Can you mimic any creature? Transforms into target non-hero creature covering their status. Becomes stronger when transforming into lower tier units and weaker when transforming into higher tier units. Interesting. But it does let me become a Lost Wizard. I don't know. Do you become weaker when doing that? It doesn't really seem like that's the case. You just became a Lost Wizard. Maybe I'm misunderstanding this ability. I'm hitting my summon here, but it doesn't really matter. Ooh, I mean, go there and do that. I also have these guys to move up. Oh, you could go in a Draining Blade. That'd be the way to do it. That gives her a nice juicy heal as well.
Yeah.
Here I'm going to move up. Here I'm actually going to move back, and I'm just going to hide you.
Yeah.
You go up one more. You're immune to frozen. You're immune to frozen. Well, that sucks, doesn't it? Still does damage, though. If you move one more, you can no longer cast that spell. But I could teleport you there. I'll let you attack. You don't have a line of sight. You might as well sunder him. God, this is such a math right now. Trying to figure out where the last shots are. We got a bunch of berserks. That's probably gonna hurt me. You teleported. That was a pro play. It's a pro play because all my berserk guys are gonna beat the hell out of each other now. Is that it? That's all of them? Okay. It wasn't as bad as I thought it might have been. Let's go berserk. And stab him. Hit you with the Sundering Curse. Seismic Slam. Can't really reach. Can you get in there? Doesn't look like it. Too slow. You can greater phase and hit him though. And I bet if I just chuck a rock at him, he's dead. Not quite. Do we have better than a rock? Not really. We have lava burst. That's 40 damage. What is this guy weak to? Lightning. Well. That I'm not so sure I have. I'm scared of staying put because of berserk. I guess maybe if I hit you with that, you'll run away and get... Oh, you're not even gonna run away. You're just gonna pass your turn. Murder Ring, Staff of Decay, and a Magic Missile Wand. Fires a magic bolt that cannot miss. It's kind of nice. Once more, you challenge Atingui to show herself. This time a Scald comes forward. A contract modification concerning the Lysifricadianosis. Delightful, she says in a dry voice. Well, fill in the forms and we'll evaluate the requests. No specific deadline assured. Patience, were you not aware that we demons invented bureaucracy? Oh, it was a stroke of genius. I did not know that. What tier is that? Tier 2. I'm gonna take that over that. And the rest I think is fine. Hey, this is an army. Uh-oh. It is. Time to move backwards. I'm not really in a rush to fight her. I mean, I probably am, but, right, I gotta get through her to get to the other demon. That defeats her if I can get in there. I mean, I could give one of my armies universal camouflage. I could also just try to go underground to take it from behind. many of these can I do? I'm just going to freeze out as much of the territory as possible. That puppy dog is heading into these hills. How in God's name do you sense me up here? He's there in case of emergency. More than anything else. You're also going to build a farmer's guild, I think. Actually, no, I don't think you will. You have all these conduits. A mage's guild actually is not the stupidest idea for you. But we will need a monolith if we want to go down that route. That rude residence fields. Counts as a conduit. That research post is a conduit. Can be a conduit, I should say. This one could be a conduit. This farm could be a conduit. Yeah, I might build this as a mage's guild then. It's a little bit fun. Okay, we have to fall back, or I guess not necessarily fall back, but we have to build this army properly. There's another white witch coming into here. There she is. We don't have anybody recruiting here, so that's a white witch. A garbage pursuer. I'd like to get rid of him. And I think I'd like a warlock. Even though they're only tier 2, and I'm starting to wonder why am I building any tier 2 units at all. But she's probably good enough to deal with this brigand camp. And anything else that's back here. Maybe the Oracle Woods. I do want to fall back here, clear the Reaper's Hollow, the Howling Castle, and the Temple of the Godeer. And the Slag Smelter. Because I think once we get those, it'll be helpful. Oh, look, Duskwatch is actually attacking Runestar. I mean, I don't know that they're pillaging anything, but they're occupying provinces. I've never seen the computer do that before. She has gobbled up, not all of them, but she gobbled up the 2 of these, which is maybe a bit weird. Considering that her cities are down here. How much for another city? 500. I'm going to take the 500 map packs first. But I'm kind of thinking maybe taking like Stag Spear. Or I guess I could take her capital and then frost that. And between that, it might be enough to freeze this side of the map. Or most of it at the very least. So what I'm probably going to have to do here is after I do this stuff is punch through the army. I don't even know if I should do this stuff, to be honest. It might just be a waste of time. Corrupt Souls. Those are tier 3. Godeer or Blessed Souls, tier 3. These are Fire Giants. These are tier 4. Conjure Runestone. Cool, cool. Astral Keepers. Maybe. It says ogres? Yeah. I guess maybe if I could just boost her army up good enough, it might work. So maybe I'll just try to do the Reaper's Hollow and heal. And then like, or even just heal, rush this army and rush that point. Because the moment I rush that point, she's wiped out. Then we can take her city, turn it into a snow fortress, clean up this trash. This won't take any time. And then I can just rush her capital. Put her in the void, take her capital, and she's dealt with. And then we have a sure shot straight to Dominus. I don't know if there's spell jammers here, but I guess once we get map packs, we will. So let's end the turn. I feel like a lot of the challenges are in the early game. As soon as you get to tier 3, the snowball starts. Yeah, I'm with you. I feel the same way. Are you going to attack me here? What's going on? No. But you're going to divvy up your army into small chunks. That makes it easier to destroy. These guys are amazing. What are they from? What book makes Warbreed? Chaos? I must know. That's a combat summon. They're from the Chaos Tomes. Okay. Oh, that's a NPC army. Yeah, they're super hella cool. I love the look of these guys. We definitely build an army around that, that's for sure. Especially if they were demonic. Or like, oh man, I don't know. There's so many cool ways they could look. Even like tree people would look really cool like that. They look so corrupted. Chaos in nature. I mean, that's kind of what Monty the Egg Stealer was meant to be, but this is all the time we have for this week. That's it. I'm going to save. And I'm going to end it. We're going to be back next week. Thank you for watching.